Welcome to the Code Breakers. This is Paradox.
And this is D. What's up, man?
Not much, man. Trying to go live. Trying to go live. It's April 16th, 2020. Midway through April.
Hope everybody is being fiscally responsible with their stimulus checks.
We're not doing
You know,
that. I'm not messing
get
with that. Don't do it.
get
Do it.
what you need. Get what you need, and you know,
Don't do it,
kind of
man.
leave the kind of get kind of leave the wants for last if you can spare it. But definitely spend your money wisely if you actually do get a chance to receive some help from the good old US of A.
I'm giving bad advice. Enjoy your money. Don't worry about being judged by nobody. It's not their problem.
There you go.
Leave
You got,
leave people alone.
and at the end of the day, the decision is yours to make and yours only. So there it
Well,
is.
let's
Have at it.
well we're gonna stay on this for a second because I was having a long conversation about this yesterday, but I would just say do whatever you want to do, and people should not do programs on that. Just leave people alone, man. Just mind your business. Talk about other things. That's not important to talk about, in my opinion. Do whatever you want to do. It's
Do
peanuts.
do what you want.
Yeah, that ain't no conversation. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of that old thing that they used to do. The Republicans, more or less, more than anybody do, as far at least in the media, when Reagan and them would always talk about welfare queens and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Is that you're paying me peanuts? It's peanuts. It's nothing. I'm starving. It doesn't matter. Don't matter. It doesn't matter what individuals are doing because we don't want to get into that anyway about what people do and start judging. In my opinion,
Right.
no matter who you are. So it's a weird thing that you're concerned about what people are doing. You know,
Hmm.
especially when you're not like say if you're not sending out money, but you're just providing assistance because money it doesn't matter. Money's a concept, so it's like really you could just make things happen. You know what I'm saying? So it's a weird thing to me that it's going to be a lot of energy, by the way, this next week. What are people doing with their money? And it's going to be a story. It's already started, obviously, because you just mentioned it. But
Yeah.
it's like it's nothing. $1,200, $3,400 if you have kids or whatever. It's like the people with the least amount is going to get a couple of coins, and it's going to be a storyline. But you have nothing. 1,200. The money would maybe cover rent, depending on where you live at. Maybe it
Yeah.
might cover a card note. It might get groceries for a couple of weeks. But I mean, it's nothing at the end of the day.
Well, what's so
Just
funny about
barely something.
what's so funny about it, being that we live in a place that we live in, I mean, yeah, that wouldn't, yeah, that doesn't help you in a larger sense of things, especially if you got to still pay mortgage or rent. Even rent here is that check alone is gone for a small place. I mean, that's done. I
Yeah,
mean,
and that's back money. You paying things that are late, so you don't even see that money.
so
So you know what? Don't pay your bills. Go have fun. Enjoy yourself. I'm not judging you.
oh no,
You know,
this ain't judgment.
I'm not saying nothing.
I
It's
was
your
just
money.
saying.
I mean, it's
I'm just saying, man. People out there, if they can afford it,
mhm,
you could do what you want to do. But if
right.
you need to be responsible, then you could do that too.
If you need to
Clearly,
be
the choice is
responsible, the
yours.
government can give out vouchers, and you can only use them in certain places to get certain things.
Man, that
If
would
that
be
if,
really
if,
smart.
if since that's not what you're giving me, you're giving me cash. If I want to go out and buy 2 cases of liquor, that's my prerogative.
Yeah, that is definitely
You
true.
ain't taking. You're not really taking care of nobody anyway. I mean, it's just stop playing. It's just nonsense to me. You know what I mean? Like you thinking about it. Most people are still suffering. Most people don't have much. It's nothing.
Right.
Like when you look at like debt, you look at people who are barely making it anyway, it's nothing. They need it. We all need it, obviously. I'm not saying that, but it's nothing. It'll get you through the next week, 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. But now, if they, because to me, they should be, if they really going to be generous with our money, which is not even our money, just printing the damn stuff and printing the money, but give us make it 1,000 a week until, for the next few months, if you want to make it
Ooh.
interesting.
For everybody.
Yeah, across the board.
Mm-hmm.
But remember, they're only giving people money who pay taxes for the most part. And there's some other caveats with some Social Security, with Medicare, and some other things that are mixed in there depending on how much money you made that you got from Medicare. You get something, but um, it's unfortunate because I've seen millionaires online make jokes about, not make jokes about it, but talk about it like it's something.
Right.
And it's just disgusting to me that it shouldn't even be a conversation. It's nothing. It's really nothing. I remember when Bush and Obama gave out a check, and I was thinking to myself, it's great PR. It'll create controversy, right? It'll create controversy, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not even a drop in the bucket. It's nothing.
Well, this
If
is
you follow any indexes about like credit, I mean, anyway, go ahead.
this is what people would normally, I'm just saying, like hypothetically, this is what people would think, that you may say is nothing, but then a lot of people will say, well, it is something because literally these people haven't worked for it, and that they're getting something that is basically unearned in a lot of people's eyes.
Mm.
So it's like getting welfare, something that's unearned, and you're not doing anything to kind of earn your keep. So that's the reason why a lot of people give pushback on the free money deal.
Hmm. Well, nothing's free, and you're probably going to have to report it on your taxes, and they may even deduct it out of your taxes next year. So, yeah, I don't know. People have to read the fine print. So,
But I don't think people really are aware about really how much money the government spend just on things that are not as important as taking care of people. So I guess when you look at it like that, that would really make a difference in probably as far as a lot of people's eyes are concerned. So, but
yeah, I
it
just don't
is
like.
still interesting, so to speak, though.
I just don't like that it's gonna be a storyline as if you're really doing people a favor. Reason
Yeah.
why I make a point about that is that people who like, if you look at who's getting the money, right, people who make under 75,000 for individual, up to 99,000 at a prorated amount, and then up to 150, up to 199 at a prorated amount if you're married, plus kids, right? And you look at the average debt, you look at the average people's average credit, you look at people's average spend, it's below those numbers.
Oh,
So, for
it's way
example,
below.
a lot of people, a good portion, probably over 80%.
Well, it's
I'm
below
taking a guess at that.
it's below the poverty line if you extrapolate it to 12 months. If you're not working and that's all that you got from the government, then you can't live off
Right.
of it.
Well, my thing is that most people that are getting the money are already behind. So it's not even like it's
Right.
hey, we're going to shut the government, we're going to shut everything down, and then we're going to send you a check next week, and we're going to send you a check every week so you can stay ahead or catch up or save the money or whatever you want to do with the money.
Right.
That's not what's happening right. This is a PR stunt. You're gonna have folks celebrate. You're gonna have people celebrating because they got a check, which is a great relief for people. Not saying it's not. And you're also gonna get controversy of people having to have a comment about it as if it's something to talk about, but it's nothing. It's peanuts. It's PR. It's propaganda. It's something to distract people. Is my hope. Is my problem with it.
So
It's gonna get way more energy than it needs to. That's why I'm gonna stop talking about it right now. Actually.
so let's move on then. That's cool.
And
I
we
know
are at 22. We had 22 million job losses, right? 5.2 million jobs claimed last week.
man.
That's the reported number. Anyway,
Yeah, unemployment going to be for the next 5 years is going to be it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. Yeah, so that is something that's going to definitely need to be looked at in a very unique way. I would say more so than just kind of overlooking a lot of things that we've been looked at in the past, especially when it comes down to the economy.
yeah, I want to see those numbers by race. I want to see those numbers by race and by gender, because a lot of those jobs that's being reported out are like initially they were saying mostly service jobs.
Hmm.
So I was just interesting because they're just really and I don't know if they're mostly small businesses as well that people are putting claims in for. I guess I could look it up real quick because I know the bulk of the job might be bars, restaurants, hotels, mom and pop stores,
Right.
and then whatever else is kind of linked to that stuff as well. Because even if you're like a packing center or a distribution company or whatever, you're sending out less items to places. So you know, those people are probably filing claims too.
Hmm.
And I think most of them aren't going to get protection. Like I think the airline industry is one of the industries where they're going to pay everybody their full pay for the next few months. And I'm not sure who that applies to in airlines. And I think another industry as well, but not all. But they did raise unemployment, I think, by a good number, maybe $500 or $600 per week extra or something like that.
Hmm.
But again, that's the people who can actually claim unemployment
Yeah, they
because they're
still
claiming systems are crashing.
yeah they still have so many people that are waiting. Um,
Yeah, we don't know the real number. Yeah, I don't
yeah.
know the real number. And you
So
already had a lot of unemployment.
yeah, before the
I,
pandemic.
yeah, that doesn't get counted in general. So whatever
Right.
that number is plus this number, and they've shown some of the food lines at the food banks, in some areas around the country where people are up all night trying to get food.
Hmm.
So food insecurity appears to be a real thing, huh?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and they're seeing credit cards. If you follow any of those credit card markets, they are seeing an increase in people tapping into the credit card usage. Because somebody had asked the president, "Will you cap and bring down the rates on the credit card companies?
Mhm.
So people aren't getting taxed as much." He blew that shit off. Because if you can force the credit card companies to bring the rates down to say 8% across the board, maybe lower, maybe 10%, and get out of that 15 to 25 or 29%, that'll save a lot of people money.
Yeah, but how you gonna pay? How you gonna pay it back? Though is the thing.
Well, you're just cutting the rate, so the loss will be with the credit card companies. You're still
Right.
paying, you're just not paying as much interest.
Right, and they have to exist, so that's the reason why they'll give it. But shoot, they taking a
Yeah. Now,
loss.
but of course they're going to go around to the government and say, "Hey, since we're cutting the rates, we
Right.
need you to offset the difference." That's all I'm saying. So
Hence the reason why we
uh,
said that the government is still part of the private sector, which is still amazing to me because it's people
the
act
federal
like
government is in
capitalism.
charge. The state governments are in charge. I mean,
Well,
it's
this is
not
what I'm
nothing to
saying.
say. It's not a statement. It's a reality.
People act like capitalism operates totally privately and operates separately from government help, and it doesn't. It never has been.
Nah,
So,
people want it. People
yeah,
want it to be.
this
People
going to
want
be a
there's
perfect
people
example of
want
it
it like that. Yeah,
because they're
there's
gonna
people who want it
ask.
like that.
They're gonna say,
Yeah,
look, You told us to not hit these people. We can't hit these people as hard. We can't do this. We can't do that because we gotta offer up lines of credit just for people to just kind of survive to keep the economy. I got my two fingers from each hand up in the air moving. For us to kind of do this in a roundabout way, we have to kind of like give people this ability to use their credit, so to speak. And we know that most of them are not going to be able to pay this back, but you already told us to lower the rates and not punish them as much. So, hit us up with the kickback. That's it.
Yeah, because you're watching right now. You got to watch bankruptcies right now. You got to watch defaults right now
Right.
over the next 6
Right.
months.
I
You're
mean,
paying close attention to that because some people are going to stop paying all their bills.
think about this. The XFL, I think Vince McMahon had to take out
Oh
some
man, I forgot all
major
about the
loans
XFL.
to get the league
Man.
up and running, right? Because he can't hold up the
Yeah.
league. One person can't hold up the league all by himself.
Well, you
So he
wouldn't
had
you
to
wouldn't
take out loans.
well you wouldn't expose yourself to that much risk.
And so he just claimed bankruptcy and be like, I ain't gonna be able to pay this back. Shit, that's
Yeah.
not
That's how
happening.
it's designed. That's how it's
Right.
designed. But yeah,
Right.
it's not
So I
him.
can't,
That's just good business sense.
but that's what I'm saying. I can't give you what I promised off the. I mean, it's not gonna happen. You know what I mean? I
That's
lost
what
a year.
bankruptcy is for.
Yeah, I
That's
lost.
insurance.
That's a
It's
loss.
insurance.
Yeah, I lost
Yeah.
my first year. That's a loss. So, for me to save my assets of what's going to be left, because hell, ain't no telling what the economy is going to be. Yeah, what's up, government?
That's why
Even claiming bankruptcy, Chapter 11 is government incentive to kind of protect rich people's private sector's assets when they make a mistake in business, which is so it goes back to what you were saying, where people trying to make you fiscally responsible for giving you pretty much shit pennies on a dollar, so to speak. And these people that got millions of dollars are protected by the federal government. It seems to be not a equitable situation, so to speak.
a
So
lot
if
of
people want
corporations
to
are
kind of understand,
irresponsible.
that's what it is. Yeah, I mean, yeah, irresponsible. that's
I
not even. It's
I
not even the
never
same.
care.
It's not even on the same level, bro.
I know that you have to become more informed and more focused if you are worried about what poor people are doing. I think you have a problem, a sickness or disease, or you're ignorant. You need to
I,
spend a lot more time seeing what the people who really have power and have money are actually doing, and that'll bring you into proper perspective.
right.
But if you're worrying about poor people, you have a problem. It's not even
Right.
complicated.
They're
You
the
have a problem.
ones. They're the ones irresponsible. That's what I'm saying. Like they're
Yeah,
the
you're
ones
anti.
that's irresponsible.
You're anti. You're anti, and you don't understand, and you don't understand how the mechanisms operate. You know, there's a reason why if you look at school rates, even though I have an issue with a lot of school systems, you just look at the systems. You don't have to look at the people. If you're focused on the people, you're uninformed.
And
You're
the
worrying about
thing
the wrong.
is,
You're worrying about the wrong things, or you just hate. You hate. You know how you need someone to take things out on, so you tend to target other people. You tend never to target systems until you get to a certain
right,
level or a certain mindset, because then you would grasp the concepts of how stuff works
right,
instead of being frustrated by poor people's decision making. It's not the right. It's not the correct approach, because it's just not true, because we can prove it. Not we can prove anything. We have a million examples of what that looks like. Millions of examples of what that looks like, and we know a lot of it, and we know the rest of it's propaganda.
yeah. Nobody
You
asked. Nobody asked you to do that. You already had the WWE, which is making money. It's not. You already have access and stuff like that. So your ambition got you caught up. That's what it is. But see, that's what I'm saying. So you put it on you put the blame on somebody that you can put it on, and especially common folk. That's what we like to do.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. I'm not that informed. Just a little bit of information. It's not worrying about that stuff, because you know why it's happening. When you start to understand how those behaviors are cultivated, it'll make sense about. You can expect certain outcomes. Is my whole point. You may be surprised here and there, I'm sure, but you can expect the outcomes.
Right.
You can dig into how, not worrying about a lot of things, but you can dig into just human behavior and just how they behave in systems, and different stimuli that you put on them. You can expect percentages of certain types of behaviors. You don't have to get
And
into name calling. You don't got to get into who you don't like or how they act or what do you call it when you do stereotypes and all that stuff is distractions. Those are all distractions. People may have some groups of people may have certain tendencies, but you know,
no, I agree, man. So I mean, we can get into it and kind of go and talk about some of the subjects of the world. All right, all right. So let's get into this video. I think it was very interesting. I got Nina Turner here, and the question is asked. Nina Turner reveals whether she will serve as Biden's vice president, and she also talks about how the campaign lost its legs with the black vote. So I thought that was very interesting
if
too.
I hear something about the black vote again, I'm like, man, can you make sure the volume ain't right? The volume is good.
You talking about
Are you
turned
playing?
up?
Are you playing the whole? Are you playing the whole video, all 12 minutes? So I just know
Yeah, yeah.
you
I
gonna
play
play. You
12
gonna
minutes.
play through, or you gonna stop at certain parts.
No, no, I'm gonna play it through. I'm gonna play it through.
Okay,
Let me know. Let me know if the sound is too much. Is it normally too loud or is it too low?
it's normally too loud, but we have
Okay.
headphones on, so I can hear it even at a low volume. So
All right. Let's see. You ready?
yeah,
2020 campaign had many passionate supporters and surrogates. Few stand out more, though,
bring
than
it down just a
former
little bit.
national campaign co-chair Nina Turner. In fact, a Vanity Fair reflection on the piece in 2020 described Nina as the heart of the Sanders campaign. Quote, Turner hasn't simply been pushing to make him president. She was pushing to bend that long arc of justice, however long that took.
Well said. Former Ohio State Senator and Sanders National Campaign co-chair Nina Turner, and also great friend of the show, by the way, joins us now to look back at the 2020 race and also to look forward. Great to see you, Nina.
Great to be with you both.
Great to see you.
Let's just start. What has this week been like for you? What sort of things have you been thinking about as you watched, Senator Sanders endorse Vice President Biden, President Obama, now Elizabeth Warren coming in behind Biden? What have you been thinking about as you've been watching these events unfold?
It's been a heavy last 2 weeks, from the suspension of the campaign last week to the endorsement this week. And so many burners have reached out to me, and I'm sure you both have seen the actions on social media. People feeling really heavy right now. We knew that this moment would come. I mean, the senator is really not breaking news in the way that some in the media are trying to make it out to be. The senator has always been clear. He did that on the debate stage several times. That he said that everybody on this stage is committed to defeating President Donald J. Trump, and that he would be one of the first to get out there and endorse whoever was that winner. So he's really sticking to what he said.
Mm-hmm. So,
but it's been heavy, just heavy for people to try to digest. I believe a lot of folks on the progressive side are just going through the stages of grief right now.
I was going to ask, fair. I mean, so Nina, we've seen there's been a bit of a split in some of the people who worked for Senator Sanders. Some are on board with the senator's decision to endorse Joe Biden. Was that one that troubled you? I mean, do you personally endorse Joe Biden in this moment, or are you waiting, as some others are, in order to see some more policy put forward that meets your eyes for part of the reason that you supported Senator Sanders in the first place?
The movement continues, and what I want to see is the material conditions for the people and the communities that I care about, the communities and the people that I have served, and people I've met along this campaign trail. I want to see something real given to them. They deserve nice things. The poor, the working poor, the barely middle class deserve nice things. And so we have a pandemic, but what the pandemic has revealed is that we have structural inefficiencies in the system, even before the pandemic, even before President Donald Trump, J. Trump, who is indeed the worst president in modern history. Those are not, defeating President Trump and making a demand are not mutually exclusive. Those two things go together. It is both true that President Trump is a horrible president, and that's keeping it PG. And it is also true that the Democratic nominee has to show folks what he will do to make the changes in their lives that they need, not just to survive, but to thrive. People have been surviving for the last 40 years. We need to get into thrive mode, and that's not too much to ask.
I think that's really well said. And it's a kind of a false choice to say, well, you can either, defeat Donald Trump or make demands of Joe Biden to push in a more progressive direction and a more pro-working class direction. I think that's really well said. I wanted to ask you about what I think is one of the myths that has come out of this race, which is that after 2016, Senator Sanders didn't reach out to the Black community in the way that he needed to, that he didn't invest the resources or the time or the attention to be able to win folks over, especially older Black voters. He did perfectly well, in fact, extraordinarily well with younger Black voters, but that he didn't do what it took to win them over. I want you to talk about the campaign's approach there. And I know that the resources and the time and the energy were in fact invested. What is your analysis of why it ultimately didn't pay off?
I mean, these things take time, and the African American community is extremely loyal, extremely brand loyal. And what you had in 2016, as you had in 2020, were two candidates who, for 30 years of their career have been one candidate, running. Well, both candidates have been running for president or been engaged in presidential politics for a very long time. And so it takes time. I want people not to think that the movement, the Sanders movement, our movement, because if the movement belongs to us, is really a young movement, relatively speaking. He ran in 2016. He upended every notion of what it means to run and to tell people that you do deserve Medicare for all, college for all, etc. And then he repeated that in 2020. When you compare that to neoliberals or the corporate Democrats, that is young. And so this movement will only continue to grow and get bigger and get better. When it comes to the African American community, Crystal, as you laid out, the millennials and the Zs were solidly in the corner of Senator Bernie Sanders. This campaign worked very hard, and we worked particularly hard in South Carolina. It is a misnomer, it's a falsehood. We visited that state. The senator visited that state more than any other candidate that was running. We made investments in that state. We gave that state our undivided attention. There's always more that can be done. Nobody will sit here and say that we did it all, but we did a lot to earn it. Not to say that because of our proximity to the Black president, it was owed to us. Senator Sanders was never on the stage saying, wait till I get to South Carolina. We really worked that state very hard. And so just because we didn't get the electoral outcome does not negate the fact that we worked hard to really make inroads into the African American community. And right before, the blowout, the polls were showing very clearly that our campaign was closing in on the vice president in those last few days. And then, the bottom fell out. And then you had the coalescence, never happened in American history, of the third place candidate and the fifth place candidate immediately coming out and endorsing the second place candidate. And the corporate Dems coalesced, and we did not have enough time to recover. But it is not true that investments were not made into the African American community. And senators always held, there were many conversations that we had about South Carolina. He was really engaged and really proud of what he saw happening in South Carolina, from having many more endorsements than he had in 2016 to really feeling like he had more than a fighting chance to win that state and win over the African American community. You do have to earn votes. And that was always the premise of our campaign. Not that it was owed to us, but that we had to earn those votes, and we tried very hard.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, in many of the postmortems I've read, I guess, on the Sanders campaign, there were a couple factions. And one of the ones that your name often comes up with is one that wanted a more robust and a muscular approach in taking against Joe Biden. Is that some of the lessons based on that muscular approach that you were trying to advocate for that you think you'll bring to your politics in the future? And about how, in what ways does power actually work when trying to deal with a kind of a solidified establishment politics in terms of how you should criticize them?
Oh my God, thank you so much for that question. It is really hard, and this is something else I want people to wrap their minds around. There's something special and unique about our campaign. We were not just running to help Senator Sanders become the next president of the United States of America. We were running both a presidential campaign and pushing a movement. And those are two extraordinarily difficult things to do simultaneously. And the movement part, because movements can be unwieldy. Movements require the whole notion that people will be independent in their thinking as they are building. And so you cannot necessarily control a movement as you are building it. There was no other campaign doing just that understanding that what was happening in 2016, what happened in 2020 was bigger than just one moment, one election cycle. So lessons to be learned is that the progressive movement needs to be more nimble. We need to coalesce. We need to forge a pact with one another of those things that we solidly agree on and make our demands as a group. We have to be as agile as the moderates, as agile as the corporatists. And we also need to understand a truth that Brother Frederick Douglass articulated in his time. It is still true today, and I'm sure generations before him said the same thing, which is power concedes nothing without a struggle. It concedes nothing without a demand. It never has, it never will. Now, I'm paraphrasing him, but that is true. And so the progressive movement, we must understand, although our ideas are the best, yes, I said that, they are the best. Some people may disagree, they're wrong. Our ideas are the best. You can have the best ideas, the best intentions. You can have moral clarity. You can have righteous indignation. You can have all of those things, but you must get the power. And power plus moral clarity, power plus the best intention, power plus righteous indignation gets us the change that we need. And that is the lesson that should be learned from the progressive movement. And we are going to do better. We're going to keep on moving. Listen, I am a leader in this movement, and I have no intentions on stopping. And back to I want to kind of close out my remarks with this point, not mutually exclusive, to understand that President Donald J. Trump must be defeated, and then also that you deserve nice things. You can do both. And we should never fall so much in love with a politician or anybody that is really holding the people's power. I mean, how is it that we have this thing turned around, that politicians make us think that we owe them instead of the other way around? You know, I served as a senator, I served as a councilwoman. I never walked around thinking that my constituents owed me. Public servant. That is what this is about. He or she who is the greatest among you shall be the servant. We do deserve nice things, and we should make demands. If we don't make demands, we won't get anything that is different than what we've been getting for generations.
I think that is very well said. And you are a leader in this movement. And I was thinking back, in 2016, after Donald Trump had secured the Republican nomination, he knew that the part of the coalition that wasn't too sure about him was the religious right. So what did he do? He picked a vice president in Mike Pence that would help shore up that base. Well, right now, Joe Biden has a problem potentially with young voters and with Latino voters. And in my view, if he wants to win, he should pick a leader who has sway and who will excite those parts of the Democratic coalition. Elizabeth Warren has gotten asked if she would serve as vice president. Stacey Abrams is out there making her pitch to serve as vice president. Nina, if you were asked to serve as vice president to Joe Biden, would you?
Oh my God, Crystal. No, you just didn't do that to me right here on Rising. I don't have to worry about that fantasy. It's not gonna happen. I'm too much of a truth teller for the corporatist Dems. But that's true. And bigger than the picking a vice president, we really do need some oval action here. We really need some real commitments to help people have their own self-determination, and especially in face of a pandemic, Crystal and Sagar. This is people are literally dying. People are living in fear every single day. They're losing their livelihood, and people are losing their lives. This is going to be a hard journey for this country and for this world, but we can get through this. We need vision and provision. Vision and provision together will get us through this. And that is what should be expected of the Democratic nominee. That is what should be expected from the next president of the United States of America. I want this Democratic Party to finally show, not just tell, not just whisper sweet nothings in folks' ears, but finally use the power of the people to do the right thing on behalf of the people. Crystal, oh my God, I'm gonna get you for that one.
I love you. Well, you may not be on the list, but to your point, if they want to win, you should be on the list, and that's my point.
Well, thank you, Nina.
Well, Great to see you. Thank you.
Great to see you, Nina. Be well.
Next up, friend of the show, Rachel Bovard. She goes in on China, and she thinks China has been a terrible actor, the depths of which we don't yet fully know. Her take when Rising continues.
So you said you was writing some notes down, right?
Oh, well, not on that, but
well, there was a couple of things that kind of stood out to me and the first the delusion that automatically the left liberal movement, and I know she didn't really actually say this, but making it seem like the left liberal movement is a movement that is basically synonymous with Black people's empowerment. Like that, those two particular standpoints and ideology doesn't even line up. Number one, the leadership in the liberal movement don't really even have an agenda for Black people at all. And when she spoke about South Carolina, she's speaking about South Carolina like he rode hard for South Carolina, and that's not true. Bernie did not do that. Bernie did not do that, and it's very interesting because I like Nina. I like Nina a lot. In fact, I think that she's very eloquent. I think she basically is very strong willed, of course. As far as getting her points across. She digs in. She seems to be logical to a degree, but her emotion does take over. Also, you can see that also as being almost a fundamental fracture point in her analysis of the situation, especially if you're somebody that's over a campaign. Getting Bernie Sanders to speak to a so-called Black agenda separate from the liberal agenda would have basically spoke volumes for him. Even in the sense of him actually, I don't know if he would have still won, so to speak. But the fact that he doesn't directly speak to an agenda with Black people, he's not going to win in the South. He just wasn't going to win in the South. It wasn't doable. And like she admitted it as much from the very beginning. Oh, this wasn't a surprise. We knew what we was up against, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, damn, you're the campaign manager. You can't influence your candidate to speak to, the situations of what's going on with the Black community in South Carolina, or when he goes to Michigan with the water crisis, when he goes to other places where there is a specific disparity as far as the black employment in those particular states. And I'm talking about statewide, not something that is just one city here, one city there. I'm talking about where there is an issue and that there's been a pattern of injustice racially in that state that's been going on for decades now. And when you can't speak directly to that, I mean, whether you say, well, it's not going to change, it is going to change, you have to speak to it directly. You can't just say, well, I have a liberal agenda for all, and that's going to basically cover you guys too.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean, that's the same. It's almost like the same thing as President Trump saying, you know what, do you have to lose? It's like this overreaching kind of governmental approach that whatever we elicit or whatever we actually pitch out there for you guys, that it's going to sprinkle down to the Black people too, because you guys are going to get the same kind of benefits that everybody else does, when the contrary has been proven to be true. So that's what I thought was interesting. I mean, literally, I don't even think that he even spoke about the disparities in deaths with the coronavirus. Like, he hasn't even spoke about the coronavirus in that sense. Has it? That's what I'm saying. Like,
not from a political or a presidential perspective. He's in Congress working, but he's not out speaking. I couldn't find too much. Maybe some articles here and there, but I couldn't really find him coming out and taking a strong position.
Yeah,
on what should be done, how it should be done, etc.
The bottom line, and what Nina had to come to find out, and I think what people had to come to find out, is that you wasn't campaigning for a president. You was campaigning for somebody that's an actual senator of a small state, and that's where he belongs. His agitation should begin and start there. That he can be a blue dog for agendas, represent a liberal left of ideals, but it doesn't translate to the nation. He doesn't have that kind of approach. He doesn't have that kind of voice. So he doesn't have that kind of reach. That's it. It's not limited to him just being an actual senator from Vermont. It's just that's his talent pool. That's his reach. That's his strong point. He does good in that particular vein, that he can actually, kind of do his ideology approach from the senator's seat, more so than presidential seat.
Yeah, yeah, I don't think he's not built. He wasn't really built for it. I think once it didn't appear that he was getting that real excitement from the young people like he did a few years ago, I think that probably, he just didn't have that same energy. I'll put it that way. So I think the youth helped really invigorate the country at that time, and he couldn't reproduce that energy. I don't think. You know, so and a lot of it proved it in the votes. The kids didn't come out. We talked about that before, right? The age things have changed in the last 4 years, obviously, with the people who's really big fans of his.
Right.
But because if you're, I mean, to me, anybody outside of young people, the amount of things that he's trying to promise, he's trying to rewrite America.
Mm-hmm.
In a lot of people's eyes, when you're talking about literally changing everything, big, huge government, takeover, dismantling corporations,
And we talked
putting
about
in strict policies for regulations and stuff, strict regulatory policies.
But what is
basically drain? Go ahead.
But what is the South known for? The governmental structure. What are they actually known for? We talked about it like a little bit during the last program that we did. Like when they was questioning Trump whether he was the king, whether he was a king or not. What was the opposition?
States'
rights. It's the biggest thing that you will come up against, and per the governor is going to be anti you, whether he's Democrat or he's Republican. But you already know, being that those particular states in particular are going to hold their agency as much as they can. They don't want to be dictated to, even though they are dictated to. You don't have to put that out on Front Street. That's the reason why Trump had to walk it back, because that is almost like a Republican staple. States' rights first.
Mm-hmm.
The states gets to choose how they want to be governed. Allow us to choose how to be governed in our particular state, district, commonwealth, or whatever it may be. Don't get involved unless we need you, technically. You know what I'm saying? We operate better that way. So give us some autonomy and allow us to do what we do. So that's the thing. I mean, you can't just go all government like this is just one big block, and the states don't have a name, and they don't have a history, and they don't have their own Bill of Rights and their own amendments and Constitution. Basically, you have whole set laws with other states that are not even applicable in other places. Literally, that's on the books. So, I mean, yeah, you can't rewrite that and just make it national for everybody. It doesn't work that way.
Do you feel like can you look up a couple of definitions?
Yeah. Which definition?
One is progressivism, and one is like either like liberalism, or like a modern liberalism. And see if we can look at because I don't know. I don't think those terms are really interchangeable. I think there are some fundamental differences, I think, between the two. But Bernie is considered a socialist,
right?
And I'm not sure if anyone has explained. I guess they've tried to explain it because they try to change his title to democratic socialist in the political world. I guess to make it, because socialism, maybe you should look up that word too. But just looking at the definition of those, some of the things that he's into, I don't know if they're considered anti-American, really.
Well, here's the definition.
They're trying to pull him more towards. Go ahead.
I'm gonna read the actual definition of liberalism. Liberalism is a political and moral philosophy based on the liberty, consent of the governed, and equality before the law. Liberals espouse a wide array of views depending on their understanding of these principles, but they generally support free market, free trade, limited government, individuals' rights, civil rights, and human rights, capitalism, democracy, secularism, um, gender equality, racial equality, internationalism, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of religion. Yellow is the political color most commonly associated with liberalism.
Mhm.
So that's what it says. And then there's also a
So did so
modern.
did both so did both uh Republicans and Democrats, did both parties have a conservative and liberal wing within each?
Say that again now.
Like did both parties, the Democratic Party had liberal and conservatives, and then the Republican Party had like liberals and conservatives? Was
Yes.
that a thing? Was that a thing at a time? Maybe before
Yeah, that's when like when
pre-civil
Reagan was
rights?
when
Mm,
Reagan well post and pre.
oh,
There's always, I mean, they're moderates. I mean, moderates would be considered a equal both, but I lean left, or equal
mm,
both that I lean right. So there is basically, there are so-called people that you would actually look at and say, well, yeah, this is a Republican that leans left.
mhm,
People would claim that President Trump is one of those. I mean,
mhm.
President Trump believes in big government. I mean, I don't know if people really recognize it or not. He does believe in it. He does believe in
Ain't no
national
believing no
government.
more. They're doing it right now. Ain't no believing. We passed the
But I'm
belief
saying,
part.
even before, I'm saying what his whole viewpoint of how government
That's like
run things. It's an
that's like
overarching.
George Bush and Cheney. And I'm like, yeah, y'all believe in big government. The DHS.
Right,
I mean, you believe
right.
in big government. Let's not play.
So
You're
are there?
showing. I don't. You don't believe it. You're doing. I don't care what you believe, but you are making the government much, 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 much bigger
Yeah.
with
See,
debt and with and creating new government agencies. Yeah, new bureaucracies.
you have moderate Republicans, you got moderate Democrats. So you got people that lean towards one or the other. So like Watts out of Oklahoma, the brother Watts. I
Mm-hmm,
forgot his JC Watts. JC
mm-hmm,
Watts. I think he's a senator out of Oklahoma. He's a left, what you would call a left-leaning Republican, so to speak. He's
mm-hmm,
not all the way right. You know what I'm saying? He's not. He can lean over and shake hands with the left on a lot of issues. He just believes in being fiscally responsible as far as the funding is concerned, because his state doesn't hold that much money as comparison to some of his regional people that they're connected to. I guess Oklahoma will be bordering, but Texas and maybe Louisiana. I don't know, maybe Louisiana, so to speak. So they kind of get drowned out in their region sometimes, as far as like the money is concerned. So that's a way that I would see that there are a lot of people um, that are actually in government that are kind of like strict down the middle, but they lean a certain way due to one fundamental issue or not. It could be something as simple as abortion, so to speak. They can have a liberal Republican, but they're liberal on all their issues, but they don't believe in abortion. You know,
mm-hmm.
so that's
But when you look
one
at
of
so
the
that
ways.
was so you did the definition of what liberalism. Can you do one of progressivism?
Progressives. So those are different definitions. So I'll go off the not the progressive area, but the more modern definition. You know,
Okay.
so let's do that. Because progressivism is it's a lot of different meanings when it
It's
comes
a
down to
lot of
that.
stuff, man. I know it's so those words get used so loosely, but when you start looking them up, it'd be like, oh, okay, what's going on with this stuff?
Right.
But I guess you would have to look at their platform. Bernie's, I guess, look at his platform more so than his socialist tag or whatever. Does he have a?
So you ready for the definition?
Yeah, I'm ready for it.
Progressivism in the United States is a political philosophy and reform movement that reached its height early in the 20th century. Middle class and reformist in nature, it arose as a response to the vast changes brought by modernization, such as the growth of large corporations, pollution, and rampant corruption in American politics. So, in the 21st century, progressives continue to embrace concepts such as environmentalism and social justice. While modern progressive movement may be characterized as largely secular in nature, by comparison, the historical progressive movement was to a significant extent rooted in and energized by religion. Historian Alonzo Hambry, and Alonzo Hambry was an American historian, an
Mhm.
academic. Under the, I guess he worked in the Harris S. Truman Library. Anyway, defined American progressivism as the political movement that addresses ideals, impulses, and issues stemming from modernization of American society. Emerging at the end of the 19th century, it established much of the tone of American politics throughout the first half of the century. So
Mhm.
I guess in justice, just like moral politics, basically trying to put a political bent on what how things should be and not how as they are. So that's not even realistic either in a lot of ways, progressivism. But it's kind of like trying to keep everything in check, like large corporations, not letting them get too large to where they will mistreat their employees and things of that nature. That was part of a big part of the progressive movement. Um, Labor unions, things of that nature, making sure that the minimum wage is up, kind of working for workers' rights and stuff like that, and not falling under the big government, things of that nature. Women's rights is another thing that I see as part of the progressive movement. They put that under progressivism, and things of that nature. So it's a
So what they
more
got?
it's a moral bent. Civil rights is part of it also. So they got a moral bent on getting things changed, and they pretty much lean towards, this is the right thing to do instead of just
Mhm.
keeping things the way they are. You know what I mean? So for the sake of efficiency, how some people used to work people to 10 to 12 hours, 12-hour days. They're part of their particular laws that was passed was, part of it is you can only work like 8-hour, 4-hour days. You know what I'm saying? Now, unless you are working less days of the week, if you're going to put in those extra hours. And you
Mhm.
know how, like, in the workforce, you got to get like what, at least an hour lunch if you work a certain amount of
Mhm.
time. That's by law.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's mandated. So
Like
that's
5 hours.
part
Yeah.
of it. Yeah. So workers' rights and things of that nature.
At least 30 minutes
Yeah,
up to 5 hours.
it's pro union. You know what I mean? It's like having the workers have a say over their large corporations. The corporations are not just dogmatic towards their employees. So
Mhm. Yeah, because he was talking about one thing he was kept talking about, right? Was like the Green New Deal, right? He wanted to, and when I look at one of his bullet points, right, it's like transforming their energy system to 100% renewable. And he's claiming to create 20 million jobs from that, right? And help the climate, what he's calling the climate crisis.
right.
And then he just some of the stuff where he's talking about, like, being able to develop a system where you can transition communities and workers out of the fossil fuel industry into the green energy industry. And like I was thinking about some of his plans, like the Green New Deal or Medicare for all or jobs for all. He even got a jobs for all where everyone I think is guaranteed housing.
Yeah,
Uh,
UBI. Yeah, that's
yeah,
what you call the UBI. Uh, Everybody get a certain amount of income, regardless, to survive off
yeah.
of.
He wanted to spend $2.5 trillion on building nearly 10 million permanently affordable housing units and protect tenants from renters and make rent affordable, which is interesting. Just make it affordable. Revitalize. So he said this was interesting. He said revitalize public housing. Why would you have public housing under your system? Public housing shouldn't exist. But anyway, it's interesting. Or maybe all of it would be public housing. What else did he put in here? Justice and safety for all. Yeah, and for-profit greed. I did like getting rid of the bail stuff though, ending cash bail,
Hmm.
making prison and jail communications, reentry, diversion, and treatment programs fee-free. Yeah, because they keep people who get out of jail, they keep them in debt too. Wow. Ensuring cut the national prison population. He's talking about cut the national prison population in half. Like the things that he's doing, when I really thought of, you think about some of the things that he wants to do, they're so radical in this country, in my opinion. Just saying, we're gonna let half the prisoners out of prison
Right.
in this country. So I'm not sure. He would obviously have to have a lot of power over Congress, but I don't even think Democrats would support this stuff.
Yeah,
If
that's
he
what I
had
was
power
telling
in
you.
the Senate,
Like,
I don't even think they would care. Like, what are you talking about?
but the proof
This is
is
America. No, I'm kidding.
the proof that Democrats would not support this stuff is that he's not the candidate. He's not the
Transform.
candidate for president. He wasn't a candidate when Hillary ran, even though people knew that Hillary was extra flawed. And he ain't the candidate, even though Biden is extra flawed. And he came late to the party. I mean, people probably had to really convince him to run. I don't think that this is really what he wanted to do. But
But it's shocking. Though. I'm gonna read one for you.
okay.
Transform the way we police community. Think about this. Transform the way we police communities by the end of the war on drugs, by legalizing marijuana, whatever that means. I mean, what? Okay,
Mhm.
expunging past convictions,
Still.
treating children who interact with the justice system as children.
Hmm.
See, if he put the word black all through this, it would make more sense. Reversing the criminalization of addiction, black.
Because that's who he's talking about. But I guess he thought that it
I'm
would
saying it.
be, yeah, that's what I mean. So it's just
Saying,
like,
this ain't happening to nobody but black people. I'm serious. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, you have plenty of white poverty, and you have plenty of
mhm,
Asian poverty and African poverty in this country, and who am I missing? Spanish poverty in this country. You have it. It's all over the place.
mhm.
I know plenty of Asians that work at Walmart and or
Yeah.
are bumps in the streets begging for money. Not plenty, but they're out there. But and even people from the continent, I was surprised to kind of see out in very low paying jobs or out begging for money. So it's kind of odd to even see. Anyway, that's not important. But the thing is that at the end of the day, this is who's being impacted the most would be us.
Correct.
So reform. What is this? Decrepit prison system. Guarantee a prisoner's bill of rights. A prisoner's bill of rights. This is so. It's what's so funny is that everything he's talking about. I like it obviously, but it's like it's fantastical to me.
Yeah. How do you
It's
do, how
fantastic.
do you
Like
get
this
past?
country isn't. That they built it to be like what he's saying to me is like exposing what was built to produce what it's producing.
But there are literally,
This is not by mistake. This is on purpose. It's designed this way. So he's trying to dismantle this system. I'm like, what will make you think that anybody would support it though? That's why I was more. That's why it makes sense that young people support him.
right.
Because a lot of people who are. I mean, all I know, how many black folks would have a problem with letting half the prisoners out of prison?
So you already know.
Because we're the ones that are going to get the prisoners, right?
Yeah. What you gonna do with them?
They just did
Where
it.
they gonna go?
They
Where
just
they
did
gonna
it.
work? Yeah.
They just did it when they let everybody out of jail in New York and other cities. The
Hmm.
next question was, where they're going into the black community. What does that mean? Blah blah blah. But reverse the criminalization of communities. Okay, so reverse the criminalization of communities. But you're talking about black communities,
Hmm.
right? I mean, you can maybe throw
No, that's
Hispanics in there or
no,
non-white
that's
Hispanics. Let me be
that's
more
who you're
specific.
talking about.
In the cycle of violence. Who are you talking about with that? In the cycles of violence, because these are buzzwords to me. As soon as I read them, it just boom. I know. I'm here. I've heard that stuff. Ending the cycle of violence. They're not talking about Asian people, Spanish people, maybe some non-white Hispanics, but or white people. They're talking about black people, I would assume, right? Provide support to survivors of crime and invest in our communities. Wow. And then this is the last one. Ensure law enforcement accountability. That's not even a thing, is it? A robust oversight. That's not a thing. Including banning the use of facial recognition software for policing. Are they doing that still? Huh. That's interesting. I wonder if they're doing it in all the states. Face recognition in police departments. You know. And then eliminating medical debt. 81. That's great. $81 billion is past due medical debt held by 79 million Americans. That would be huge. Reform bankruptcy laws. And then create a secure public credit registry to replace the for-profit. Yeah, no, that's definitely a good one for to replace the for-profit credit reporting agencies, because that is definitely criminal. They should go. They should go to jail for that stuff. And to top it off, of course, he posted that Cardi B interview on his
Yeah, so
page.
you on his page then, basically.
I was trying to. He's considered himself a socialist, right? So I was trying to look at the definition of progressive Democrat, liberal Democrat, but then he's a socialist Democrat or just a socialist. So how radical as they claim his plans to be, but when you go through his platform to try to get an understanding of, you know, to try to get an understanding of what he's doing. I mean, it's a lot of stuff on here, fair trade, gun safety, increasing taxes for the rich, something about empowering Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is a disaster still. LGBT, of course, is on here. Equality,
Of course.
women's rights,
Right.
corporate money out of politics. That's a big one where you can stop that from happening. Ban all corporate contributions. Enacting mandatory public financing laws. Yeah. And completely, he want to pass a constitutional amendment to clear the way for money out of politics.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He wanted to make
people making corporations not people again. That's that what act was that they put in place? Oh man. What was the act where they said corporations are people now? And they can fund unlimited money into the politics. I forgot the name of that thing. It's on the tip of my tongue too. Anyway, of course, reproductive health care, legalizing weed, and of course, he's going out to Wall Street. No.
Yeah, he's a progressive. That's the progressives' modern model to go out to big government. I mean, not big government, big corporations, basically.
His first statement is break up the too big to fail banks and end the too big to jail doctrine.
Right.
Because they don't go to jail. They definitely hang maybe one person out there to drive, but they definitely not going to jail. And he want to audit the Federal Reserve, which I thought was interesting. I've heard people talk about that before.
Yeah, he's been the senator since 2007. He worked on the U.S. representatives from 91 to 2007. So he has a long history of being, an ideologist in the House and now in the Senate. So he has his place, but he can fight it from there. He doesn't have to be in the White House. Like literally, he can get to the actual big ideas that he wants and kind of push it through the politicians that he support. But see, that's what I never understood, because he's not presidential. That's not his lane. So to me, he overshot himself. Like people probably told him, man, maybe you got a lot of good ideas. Maybe you should run. But see, a lot of times, sort of like the House of Cards is a perfect example of it. There's a lot of ways to power. It's a lot of ways to it. Like I already told you, the vice president has a lot of power. If you got a vice president that's a dogmatic person underneath, they can get a lot of things done, man. They really, really can, especially if they ride with the president. If they support the person that they're under, they can get a lot of their policies done. I mean, look at Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney ran the Bush administration, especially the last 4. Ran it, dude. Ran it, from funding, from laws being passed, Supreme Court justices, all of that. Like, if he didn't want something passed, it didn't get past the House. It was a no-go. He'll go on there 1 quick minute, it'd be like 20 minutes. We're not passing. Boom, hit the gavel, we out. Y'all want to lock it up, y'all can lock it up. If you don't want nobody to get paid, we'll sit here all day until y'all decide something that I can roll with. Until then, hell, that ain't rocking. We ain't
But you know what's crazy about his stuff, right? Like a lot of white people would definitely benefit from Bernie's stuff. I don't see where we are in here though. Outside of the prison stuff,
Mhm.
we're not gonna get it. I'm just saying, man, it doesn't matter now because it's not happening. But because and even him trying to stop oil, I just wanted him to. The only reason why I would wanted him to win just to sort of see what kind of country you really, another example of what kind of country that you're really doing, what they would do to try to stop oil and not oil, the entire energy sector, to try to shut that down and to transition us out of that into into renewable energies, and then caveating it by saying you can generate 20 million, 30 million jobs or whatever. And he's saying words like creating jobs. I'm like, what does that mean, creating? Like, how do you create it? From what? Like, how are you doing that? Like, give me, So they was asking him for some details.
So here's the black people's here's the black people's dilemma, right?
We don't fit none of this that I know of.
But that's what I'm saying. So the old guard that's still in the Black Caucus, they're still getting voted in. They're still basically in the CBC, which stands for Congressional Black Caucus, for anybody that's unaware of what that stands for. For them to actually even be able to work with Bernie would be a reach, because none of them really reached out to him, and he doesn't really reach out to them, in a sense. Like, they're not really rocking with each other. But here's the thing, even though it's contentious between Biden and the CBC, he knows them, they work with him, even though he's pretty much a bigot on a lot of things. He is. And see, here's the thing though. Do you work with the bigot that you can actually sit down and have a conversation with? Or do you deal with the liberal that's always basically giving you the stiff arm? I don't have anything against you, but that's not my agenda. So we can put that off to something that's not important to me right now, basically. Which means that you're not even getting the ear, you're not getting the audience. And see, that's the thing about Donald Trump, because the thing with ingratiate him to the black community, so to speak, is that he would actually give an ear to the most popular or powerful, so-called, in the public eye, black people. So when you remember, you had all those people come through, like before he actually got in office, to sit down with him and talk with him, like Kanye, Steve Harvey. I mean, the pastors, even though a lot of us look at that as just being kind of like, part of this I guess this political game, to get in there, and that you're dealing with a bigot, to get in there and actually have a seat to speak to this person, to even sway them a little bit to listen to some of your concerns, still means that it can save somebody's black life at the end of the day. Like, there were some people that worked hard at the end of the day. Like, that is something that he did do for some black people. No, it's not a mass movement. He doesn't move that way. He moves by people that he likes and people that is influenced by him. That's how Trump is. You see what I'm saying? And to a degree, Biden is the same way. Like, if you a person that's part of the old guard, like John Lewis and them, can get in there and talk to him about certain policies that they may want. It may not be the most progressive policies because they're part of the old guard, but they can get minuscule things done. But when you get in there to talk to Bernie Sanders, which he doesn't speak to the CBC at all. Like, I think he canceled like 2 of their meetings. Like, he wouldn't even speak to them. Like, period. I mean, it solves itself. He doesn't believe in that. He doesn't believe in that kind of politics. He thinks that's a old way of doing things when it comes down to just placating to just one group, I guess, in a sense of just making it, I'm not going to make this a black thing. Like even when he was on the Breakfast Club, when they tied him down and talked about reparations, he did not even look at it like, no. when he got tied down to that and he had to give a hard answer, he let you know, I'm giving you the stiff arm. I don't believe in it like that. I believe that it should be for all people. Period.
No, if you read like, so he did supporting HBCUs, right? See, my thing is that I don't understand that he doesn't like to be questioned. You see what I'm saying? Maybe that's what it is. I'm not really sure, because the things that he's doing, he can easily make it. He could say it in a way that it would make sense to us. You know what I'm saying? I just don't know why he didn't want to do that. But for example, he said supporting HBCUs and MSIs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he wants to make all public and private HBCUs, tribal colleges, and many MSIs, which is interesting, tuition free. So that's huge, right?
Right.
He wants to invest $10 billion to create and expand HBCU medical, dental, and teaching programs. At the graduate level, invest another $5 billion in infrastructure, cancel a bunch of debt. What is this? Cancel institutional loan debt from capital financial programs, double Title III and Title V. Some other orders to eliminate racial disparities in our college. Like what he's doing is like, it's fantastical, because I would love this stuff, right? Because this really would upend America. It would literally because he wouldn't get all this stuff anyway if he had to negotiate. He'd probably get like 2% of this stuff. But just if he got half of it, it would upend, because he's really talking about taking money from the wealthiest people and transferring it in different forms down to the poorest people. That should not be a hard thing to tell people to support you. It's very strange when I look at some of his, even talking about getting everybody in the country internet, giving everybody high-speed internet in the country, and breaking up the big cable monopolies. Those are some really, really heavy, some heavy hitters on here.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see what the Free and Fair Election, Restoring Voters' Rights Act, overturned by Citizens United is what I was thinking of, as far as the companies becoming people. And like he makes statements like end racist. How are you going to end racist voter suppression? Like, how do you do those things? He's just making the statements, but I'm like, how are you doing that?
I just told you he mandates a national voting day. Like he believes in that.
Gotcha. I see, right? Making a national holiday.
He strips away the state's power to like move districts around and stuff like that. Opening up certain hey, let's just go ahead and do it online. I mean, that's probably going to go that way anyway, but he's going to be like, hey, let's just do it online. I mean, before the states are ready. People still are not ready for that. They're not ready for just doing things online because they think that it will still be, fraud involved as far as that is concerned.
Do you think some of this is tied historically to not really wanting the common man, regardless of race, to vote, because they don't think they have the mental capacity to understand what they're doing, in a sense? Because he wants to crack it open and let felons, which is great, let them vote, and also automatically register everybody when they turn 18, so they can just go and vote. It's not such a task to register.
I just think that they don't want the vote to be so casual and convenient for people. I think that they still believe in going to the polls. Like that is a mental thing.
Gotcha.
I don't think it has anything to do with the common man deal. I mean, I could be incorrect. That's my thought on it. I mean, I could be incorrect on it, but as far as what I have gathered and looking at the history of polling and going to the actual voting booths to vote, I think there is some kind of mental connection for people to be, well, I went to the polls to vote, even though they got such thing as mail-in balloting already, but that's only for a particular group of people that may be in military or they're not in their particular state that can actually do that kind of balloting. So everybody else has to go to a certain poll to vote on whatever they want to vote on at the time.
But that would help Black people out hugely, even with the income inequality tax plan, where he's going to try to force and tax CEOs to try to bring down their wealth to get closer to the median worker pay. because
Right.
there's such a disparity between the two. Um, so it seems like those things would help. Obviously, they would help. I don't seems like they would help us. The question I always wondered to myself though, how will we be handled in these situations where we see it happening and we're thinking we're going to benefit from it and maybe not benefit as much as we should from it maybe. Uh,
Yeah. Shout out to the
because
chat,
you
man. Shout out
because
to the chat.
you have to spend some time, you have to spend some time developing a lot of people who have been impoverished for generations. It will require a tremendous amount of effort. That's why I always get concerned about some of these statements,
Mhm.
because you're dealing with real human beings, real
Right.
people who come
Right.
from legacy. And so how do you inspire? How do you, get that pipeline, to get those pipelines put in place to ensure that people will have those opportunities? And again, like I said, to me, he's never really articulated that, because the uplift people from a mindset is an extreme challenge. It doesn't matter what you say on paper.
Right.
To get people who've been in a position for a very long time, regardless of race, and as far as a mindset or almost a culture at this point. Because he had mentioned investing in rural areas, but what does that even mean? One thing that I liked about what Trump has said in the past is, let's bring the factories back from overseas.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get
Yeah.
people back to work. Let's try to reform. But I don't think you can go back, honestly. But it's like it goes.
No.
Globalization is very difficult to turn off, I think, at
There
this
is no
point.
going. There is no going back when you can save plenty of money by going overseas and outsourcing your labor, so to
The
speak.
ease of doing business is a real popular thing, and apparently, it seems to be pretty popular. So I don't know
Right.
how you just turn, like, in my mind, he would almost be assassinated for trying to do some of this stuff, because it caused so much reverberation through the environment that you would have so much fallout, you have so much despair, you have so much struggle, because people would have to understand, like, what are you trying to do again? Like, you're gonna shut this down and start this up? Are you gonna, like, because remember, he's just one person.
Yeah, man. Just one
About
person,
states'
man.
rights, you talk about the Senate, the House, you talking about the judiciary branch, the governor, not your governors, but
Not
your Supreme Court justices. Then you're dealing with all the states, because the states are going to be suing left and right. It's going to be crazy when I think about some of the stuff that you're
not
trying
not
to
only is
force.
he just one person, he has maybe, I want to say, maybe 10, including the House of Representatives, including senators, that's in the House, completely, House of Representatives, that even have a support of some of his ideas fully,
Yeah.
that was
And some
supported
local representatives
wholeheartedly.
across countries that are liberal, that are
Yeah,
progressive.
everybody else kind of rocked with a little bit of some of the things he said, but they think that it should be done, in small doses, so to speak. I will put it that way, especially when you're
But think
dealing with the
about
House.
You got people mad now that folks aren't working. And it's
That's what I'm.
a
That's what I'm
deadly
saying.
virus on attack. And people are like, what
That's
do you
what I'm
mean they
saying.
got to stay home?
That's
They
what
have
I'm
to go to
saying.
work. I'm like, what are you
We,
talking?
we talked about,
These are Congress people.
and shout out to BJS. Let me give shout out to the chat though. Thanks for coming through. Mention Bill Munger, BGS also for always supporting us. We appreciate you, man. Terrain 1017, thanks for coming through. Jordan Ax V, we appreciate you. Who else in here? Yeah, they kind of getting it in the chat, man. I normally don't look at it, but I'm gonna have to start looking at some of this stuff. Minas up Terra, I think we need a civil war. They need to reorganize the country. That's very interesting. Maybe if we open up, we'd like to hear your thoughts on that a little bit further. You're gonna have to walk that plank, so to speak. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that. Just curious on what you think a civil war means in real time. Let's see something else in here. CBC, okay, same thing. Minas Aptera, thanks for coming through. Don't really know how to pronounce that. Let's see. Yep, that's right. That is true. We vote the CBC in, so why do we complain? I agree. BGS, really, a lot of times you see the Congressional Black Caucus, a lot of them run unopposed. I mean, Eleanor Holmes been been the DC rep shit damn near almost 30 years, as long as
Our
we've
whole
been
life.
I mean, nobody gonna win that. You know what I'm saying?
I be getting burnt out on these people too. Like, man, we gotta swap y'all out. We gotta get these people. Y'all need to get swapped out, man. Come on.
Well, you know, the thing is, you know what it is, man. I think that a lot of times, a lot of people don't vote on. What up, Kareem, Austin? A lot of people don't vote in that kind of way. They don't really see a lot of the policies that happen locally, and a lot of times, you know, if it's anything like how Maryland or Virginia or DC is set up, you vote a lot for your local people when when you do the national voting. A lot of times.
True.
So,
Yep.
you know, you get your senator in, your state rep, all that. So it's pretty locked in. So you got to be informed about who you're going to vote for when you go in there. Like if you don't really know, then you just kind of like just picking the straws. So then you
Pretty much.
you're still up against it. So
it's a lot to keep up with, man. They having all these special elections all the time going on. Just things that you really should be a lot more focused on what's going on in that world than in the rest of this nonsense that's be happening out here.
And I, hey baby girl,
we got a vote. We got a special election coming up in a week, in my county. So,
but it's so funny that the CBC though. What's so crazy about the CBC, right, is that they don't get that many people to kind of come in and interact with them, but they have so many functions. I know even if a person is from your particular area, that they would allow you to come in for free and just I mean, I've seen it. I mean, I've seen it so many times where people would sit in and they'll go and complain to him, be like, you've been in Washington too much, and you don't come home enough to talk to us. You're not even about, you know, us anymore. You just all about DC. So you have to be able to, oh yeah, BGS, yeah, she got to put her word in for the day. But yeah, I you have to be more direct when people tell me, well, we need to have a whole new black electorate that's in there. Like who you going to vote in? I mean, really, you got to run and you got to be a part of the actual system to kind of get in there already. So, you know, who's pulling for you? What are your policies and who's opposed who? Like I said, a lot of these seats, they're unopposed. Nobody white even runs against most of the Congressional Black Caucus people. They've been in there forever. Charles Rangel, I think he was in there till he died. So yeah, you got to be a little bit more consistent and direct with some of your complaints when it comes down to some of the people that's in the Congressional Black Caucus. I mean, we can hold them accountable. I mean, it's easy. You can talk crazy to them. They're not that powerful. They're just pretty much most of the black people that's in government on a national level or in the House of Representatives. They're not in the Senate, and they're not they're not vice presidents. They're not the president. So they're not on the higher level. They're on a level that's very, very close to home. So you can always basically get at them all the time. They're not supported by big money. Yeah, so that's something that's easy. I mean, the CBC. We may actually drop the. I may actually drop the actual link where you can actually get you know, a link to the CBC, and whoever's in your state that's representing your state or your area, your I guess your district, you can pretty much go at them. Trust me.
Now what do you consider Joe Biden? You consider him a moderate, a Democrat, moderate Democrat?
Moderate. Leans.
Is he a Republican?
See, he's a Republican. He's a Republican in Democrat skin. He's old. He's an old Dixiecrat. He's a Democratic. He's been Democrat since he's been in politics.
Yeah.
So he saw the change and he just didn't flip to Republican. That's it. He just couldn't do it, I guess. Whatever the case may be.
You would consider him a he leans more to the right. So Bernie's gonna try to pull him to the left, right?
Yes, he does. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. He's
gonna pick a female. He's gonna pick a female, I'm assuming, for his VP.
He's so left. Bernie is so left that he's not even Democrat. He can't even get Democrat support. He's independent, so to speak. So that's what he is. They call him independent, but he's really a socialist at heart, at his core.
So you know what's funny, right? So you go to Biden's website, right? And they have a thing that says it's his vision for America,
Hmm.
and it says bold ideas, right? And maybe this is alphabetized or something. But like the first thing he got on here is bankruptcy reform,
Hmm.
COVID-19 the second. Well, they have blocks. This website was done poorly, I think. Then they have the Biden plan for
Is
Central
that
America. I
is
guess
that
that's
his is that his senator's website or is that the campaign website? You know, there's
this is
different.
the campaign website.
Okay, so the
This is
campaign
Biden for
website.
president, so you can they want you to donate some money.
Yeah. So they got the tab.
It's the money site.
Oh, that's
I
always
tell you
the
what, you
campaign
give them
site.
some money though. You would definitely probably pay more attention. You started giving these folks some of your
Yeah,
some of
that's
your
what I'm saying.
hard-earned
Like
funds.
black people, this is where the power is. I know,
Get in
I
the game.
know, I know we're kind of biased because we're here in HQ. You know, I know a lot of people think that, maybe what we're saying is probably leaning towards that, and you may be right. But a lot of the complaints that I hear are law-based policies, where the money is going. We already showing you where the power moves, or where people ship things when things are in crisis. But you want to know who has the power when things get into crisis and when you don't have anywhere else to go, where we don't play no more games, when things need to be moved. That's where you know where the power is at the end of the day.
I thought Katrina would have explained that to people. You don't have to
Nah,
talk.
man.
Pay
You
attention.
saw Hat in Hand with Mayor Nagin, and he went talking noise in hell. They wrote they wrote a whole criminal charge on him after his whole fiasco. Took
Yeah,
his
the
took his
president,
tail to jail.
not the governor, the president of the United States says no one will go in there. No one. I don't care who you are.
Right.
I don't enough said. I didn't see no protests in the streets fighting to deal with that. You just had to. You just you took it.
Yeah, you
From
deal
what
with
I observed,
it.
we'll let you know. We'll let you know when you can go and help those people.
Right.
And of course, the anti-black people was like they deserve it anyway.
And
What
and
they doing in those areas anyway? So you get it on all levels. You get it on
and
all levels from all directions.
and speaking on money, we got the next video that you sent me is going to be about Too Big to Fail 2.0. So I know BGS is going to appreciate this.
Give me 1 second. I just wanted to see that he have anything in here
All right.
specifically for
I'll just cue it up in the background.
education beyond high school, ending gun violence, violence against women, disability, justice, criminal justice reform is in here. That may be. Can I get since we're asking for things, can I get a black economic plan? Hold up, here we go. Let's see. He has a black agenda plan for the community. I still don't know what that means though. The black community. What is that? Oh, okay. Create wealth in the black community. Okay.
Yeah,
How you gonna do that? How you gonna do that?
yeah, but I mean, he's not going to do. This is Biden, right? You're talking about Biden's website, correct?
This is his campaign website.
But that's what I'm saying. He's not going to do anything. He's not going to do anything. What he's going to do, he's going to listen to the CBC and the old black people, just like he did during the '92 crime bill. That's right, people. The CBC had a very strong hand in writing that crime bill that we always talk about as far as being the most racist policy ever put in place as far as mass incarceration is concerned in this country. That is a fact.
To you. Tell me.
He's gonna lean on them. He's gonna be like, let's discuss. Listen, the thing what's so funny about him is because he'll be like, I'll talk to the white people, I'll deal with them, but I'm talking to you guys directly.
Obama's white hand.
It's so obvious. Like I'm gonna try to get the tape. I'm gonna try to get the tape of when he was in there fighting for the Affordable Care bill and how he just shut down a lot of them people when they was in there talking crazy, and he just went in there like, I know there's only one reason why this thing it doesn't make any sense for you to keep denying this, but this works for. He kept talking about states in West Virginia and all these people that was opposed, and Ohio and these places where you got people that are pretty much white that's at the borders that don't get health care. Like, look, he's like, this is not. Don't let the common sense get in the way.
So this is what he says.
Yeah,
He says,
BGS. That's right. He. That's why. Hold on. But that's why that was shut down. If you notice, the 92 thing was shut down when he was just like, "Hey, y'all asked us to do this." He's just like, "Yeah, I wrote it. I wrote the damn thing. I wrote the bill with the help of a lot of people that was in black communities that was being terrorized by people that was committing crimes at the time. Literally, that's verbatim what he was saying.
No excuses.
And if you remember that time period, I'll always go back. If you remember that time period, if you remember it very succinctly, like I do, in the middle of the crack era, I remember people begging to lock black young males up. Literally lock their ass up. We can't help. We can't do nothing with them. We can't. We can't do it. We can't protect the community. We can't keep them off the women, the girls. They out of control. they are literally out of control. Yeah,
That's
man.
crazy that you say that, though, because I was thinking like,
I dare anybody try to fight me on that. I'm literally like, I just wish you will. I just wish you would, man. Please do it. I would love to hear that argument. Love it.
So they got white cover, right? The black people.
Right.
Because they didn't take no heat for that. Who took the heat for that? Hillary? Yeah, Hillary took the heat.
Well, Hillary took the heat later on, but a lot of times the Republicans took the hit because they're the ones that basically funded the prisons at the time. See, that's the thing.
Yeah.
So they're like, oh, okay, shit, okay, that's cool. So you could do that. Then we're gonna go privatize. We're gonna privatize the prison population, and then we're gonna make that a big deal. So that's how that happened.
Put them in rural white communities,
in rural areas, yeah. So they can kind of commodalize it, yeah. Commodalize
3/5 all over again.
Absolutely, cool.
Dang,
that's fine.
Cold blooded, boy.
See how this thing can work out for our advantage. I mean, they don't care.
So tell me this, right? I'm gonna read this to you. Just a quick sentence. Vice President Joe Biden will make sure that people historically left out of the middle class, whether due to race, gender, sexual orientation. Here we go all over again. I can't even read the stupid sentence. How do you say? That's what I was asking you. I think the black community. I think the word black doesn't necessarily mean like black people. I think black community must mean like everything.
Yeah, socioeconomic, inner city, poor. What's another hotbed word? No, it means all of that. It means the bottom.
Why wouldn't it say Vice President Joe Biden will make sure that people historically left out of the middle class, which is that's even a problem, out the middle class, whether due to race, gender, why wouldn't it just be, why would that part be in there? Why wouldn't it just be make sure, that black people historically, people historically left out of the middle class will have a chance to succeed? Why would you insert race, gender, sexual orientation, disability, or religion as if black means? That's weird.
Yeah, shout out to the chat. That's right. It means minority, people of color. Yeah, the disenfranchised. There's all kinds of words, and you can thank Richard Nixon for that, because Richard Nixon started to say we can't start to talk about black people this way anymore. We can't talk about Negroes in the sense of being just like everything was like the Negro population, like post 1970. It was like the Negro population this, the Negro population that. Like Lyndon Johnson talked that way. But he was really talking to a specific need, because he knew that the people that was disadvantaged in this particular country were the Negroes, whether they were mixed, biracial, whatever the case may be. They're put in this particular community to be the downtrodden, the food of everybody else. And that's the reason why the language changed, because when the language changed, if you look at the Southern strategy with Nixon, he said, well, we can use different words. We don't have to say, we can say welfare queen. I mean, hell, I'm not saying black. I'm not saying a black person, but you know what it is when I say welfare. You know what it means when I say baby mama. Remember we were talking about that, baby mama. No good dad, child support. Even when you talk about that, it's most likely a black face attached to it, sitting in court. Yeah, now hell, HIV. For instance,
HIV.
HIV was a white disease, a white gay man disease, so to speak. Back in the hell, when I was a young kid, that was what a white gay man got in San Francisco. Shit.
So you had white.
By the time
Yeah,
we was in high school, it switched to an urban black male disease. Not just for gay dudes, for everybody. Like shit, if you was having sex, I remember when we went to college, they wanted like, hey man, everybody here got AIDS. Just think of it like that. I mean, it was that kind of paranoia. You remember?
So did
Yeah,
the white
it was
gay
crazy.
was the white gay man raping black boys? Is that how it happened? Anyway, so the next thing he said was he would be unflinchingly in confronting.
People get us
He said,
tagged
he,
again.
he said this sentence, right? He will be unflinching in confronting the systematic racism in our country that is built into our laws, our policies, our institutions, and will take aggressive action to correct them, ripping out inequalities in housing, healthcare, blah blah blah. So what's interesting is that they rooted
and
out systematic racism, ensuring that everyone is treated with dignity and equal opportunity. So we know that's so. This is just like a campaign talking point thing. This is not a reality.
But it's not a reality. It is campaigns
Is
talking
it
point.
confessing though? Could
But
we is this legal? Could we like?
But it's boom, but boom, you can hold it to him. See, Bernie did not want to be responsible for the black community. See, Biden got to hold that because he's vice president under the so-called first black president. That's what he is. He is that person under the first black president who was the vice president. He's going to be remembered for that, whether he wins the election or not. So he has to hold that. He has to hold some of that responsibility because people are going to be coming with that heat. And he has to listen, so to speak. He can't give you the stiff arm because if he do that, then he's giving a stiff arm to President Obama at the end of the day. Because what's going to end up happening is they're going to be like, well, Obama, what's up with your boy? Why is he sitting up here acting, extra racist, which is going to probably be needed anyway? I mean, we already talked about it. We already talked about how Obama was going to most likely come out when it was going to become clear that that Biden was going to become the nominee. Because he probably told him, he like, Joe, let's see what the people want. If they want Bernie, I'll go with Bernie. If they want you, then I'm coming out and I'm gonna support you. And that's exactly what he did. You know what I mean? And he came out and he's gonna probably be on the stump with him, and that's going to help him a lot. That's why I said, like, I mean, Bernie Sanders just doesn't align with Obama. He doesn't even align with him in a lot of ways. He blamed him for basically, still dealing with the with Goldman Sachs and all that, with the big PACs as far as government funding was concerned, things of that nature, funding, especially funding campaigns. I mean, we already talked about that. So a lot of that kind of big corporations and getting your hands washed through corporations and things of that nature, scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, which is what Obama was doing, a lot of compromising. He was a very compromising Negro. We have a lot of those people in our community, whether they're ADOS or not. We see it all the time. Like we say, a lot of our issues with the CBC is because they've been in politics so long, they know how it works. They know that they can't go radical. They know it. Maxine Waters was, and BGS knows this, Maxine Waters was one of the most radical. I mean, you think Anna Cassia was a beast. Hell, when Maxine Waters first got up in there, she wanted to just upend everything. Yeah. She wanted to get rid of all of the corruption, all of it. You know what I'm saying? But then what they do, they end up digging into your family. If I'm not mistaken, I think she had a husband who was into the game before they became politicians. And they dug into his history a little bit, and she had to kind of back off because they started digging into her family history. You talking about black people that are born in the 50s and the 40s, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. You are at the fringes. You don't have a history of being in power in America at that time. So we got to be able to understand the context, the time period that they were born in, the changes that they have seen, and respect it. So that's why I don't come too hard on the older black people that came through that time period.
I need to go back and look up Obama's campaign crap. This dude says, well, let me not say crap. I mean, what do I know? This dude says create wealth in the black community, right? Joe Biden, right? As president, Joe, create wealth. And to make that statement, that's to me would be a very big thing to make a statement of, right? You're gonna take all these poor people statistically, right? Which is a big. Many of us obviously are not poor, but we have a huge swath of people who are impoverished, right? So through our policies from education to housing, again, I need the more of the how than the statements. But Joe will ensure that Black families, which do we have Black families these days, can build and sustain wealth for
Shit,
themselves in their
I
community.
I have a Black family. You have a
Okay.
Black family.
Okay. I'm just asking.
I'm asking. Do I have a Black family? Do you think I have a Black family?
No, the reason why I say that the first paragraph said whether due to race, gender, sexual orientation, disability, or religion. So I wasn't, and then it switched back over to Black communities. So I wasn't,
I know what
I
you
don't know if
mean.
he's
I know.
other
I got
people.
you.
I don't know what that means. But
I
anyway,
understand.
sustain wealth for themselves communities because home ownership is key to building wealth. That's interesting. First time homeowners program. That's what's gonna make us rich is some first time homeowners program and putting 70 billion into HBCUs and MSIs and some loan forgivenesses and stuff. I don't know. Is that how you really build wealth? I don't know.
Well,
Joe will double small business credits initiative to 3 billion to assist small businesses. See, here we go, right there. So you hear what I just said, right? So 70 billion to HBCUs, right? $15,000 down for first time homeowner. So see the thing about homeowners part is that you want to that, but you can debate as far as where you buy your house. That is it a smart purchase? And you can have some upside depending on the housing market, obviously these days. But then he want to put 70 billion to HBCUs and MSIs. You have to ask yourself who can even get to that point. But then he's in some loan forgiveness stuff. But then he says Joe will double funding. No, that's not it. Oh, that's it. He will double funding for state small business credits initiative to 3 billion to assist small businesses, especially. But this is for Black people. Why would you write it like that, right? Especially for those owned by people of color.
open ended, man. You got to leave it open ended. You already know that, man. You know
Anyway,
that.
it's a weird way of stating that.
At least they used the word Black in their campaign. I bet you in Bernie's joint,
Yeah,
you're not gonna find that at all.
It's not in.
It's non-existent.
I didn't see it come up at all.
That's why Trump would have crushed his windpipe. That's why I call it his windpipe, because he would have been stuck. He would like, say Black. I done more for Black people than Bernie has done. How long you been in office, Bernie? 3.5 years. I've done more for Black people than everybody else. It's undisputable. I'm undisputable. No, I gave the key to the city to a Black man that got gold in his mouth. I like the gold, by the way, Bernie. I love the gold. Yeah. The way the gold come. He's a Black man. He's a Black man. He would have crushed them. I mean, that's what I'm saying. He would have been a joke. He would have been a joke sitting up there saying for all, and then Trump up there, the racist, is saying for Black people. It would have just dead in the water, bruh. Dead in the water. See, if Biden, this is the thing. This is what I'm trying to tell people. If Biden had his faculties, right? Now I got to see him in debate mode. I don't know. Like I watched the last, he something is wrong. I don't know if they can give him. He's losing it. He's going through dementia.
Don't worry. His wife, Dr. What is her name? Dr.
She will take over.
and Obama and Michelle.
That's going to be scary.
Those will be your presidents.
That's what I'm saying. Those going to be the ones speak. You already on the same page as I am.
If you would have seen them this morning. Yeah. Oh, we gonna play it. No, we're gonna play that. We're gonna play it.
Yeah, it's down. Yeah, when his wife was speaking. Yeah, for him. Yeah,
you saw this morning.
Clear. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, but I'm saying I can see him kind of spacing out. Like he wants to say things, but it's not coming to him. But what I'm saying is the thing that he would always be able to kind of back Trump down on is by don't come speaking to me. I rode with the first Black. I mean, he could just hammer him on that. Hammer him. And then go to the policies, because you can't never get to the policies because Bernie won't say the word Black. There's a problem. You can't say African American or Black. You rather say African American. He's gonna be like, say Black, Bernie. Say Black. How many Black people in Vermont? How many Black people in Vermont? You ain't been in New York since you was a teenager, Bernie. You ain't been in New York since you was a teenager. You up there in the lily white place of Vermont. He's from Vermont, folks. He don't know what he's talking about. It's just gonna go in.
Right. He would say that. No. He would definitely say that. And Bernie would be frustrated for sure.
Walk around him and shit. Walk across the stage when he's talking right in front of him, in front of people with that chin up. I mean, it would have been a fiasco, dog. It would have been like dead men walking, bro. Just get him a plank, get him on a gurney and electrocute him, man. Yeah, no way. But let's play this video on the money game, man. I think people probably like that because we've been talking about the money a little bit. You see the video there?
Yeah, this video will be quick though. It's a quick hit. It's really them just asking questions about I forget the guy's name, Indian brother from where did he used to work at? Was it Instagram, YouTube? No. Was it Tesla? I forgot who he worked for. Though. He's very successful. He's a very young, successful investor. They're responding to him. He was on CNBC talking crazy, and of course, it kind of caught the host by surprise when he said what he said. But anyway, you go ahead and play it.
All right. So this is basically bankruptcies benefit customers, bailouts benefit corporations. So we'll see. It's kind of table in what we was talking about here.
Peter owns Euro Pacific Capital. He's I think here's a good way to describe Peter. He is a practicing libertarian. and I think there's a difference in that nomenclature, by the way. Peter, let's start with what we just saw on CNBC that a lot of people are talking about. Is Chamath right? Should we let weak companies die?
Well, first of all, of course he's right. And, CNBC acts like they've never heard this before. If anybody listened to my podcast, I've been saying this stuff since day one. But the real beneficiaries of the bankruptcies are not the employees of the companies. I mean, they will benefit, although some of these companies in a restructured bankruptcy will end up shedding some of their workers, which is a good thing because many of these companies have too many workers. And in order to survive, they need to be more competitive, especially if demand is down in their industries. But the big winners in bankruptcy are the customers. CNBC is making it out like if we don't bail out the airlines, that there's going to be no airlines. If we don't bail out the hotels, there'll be no hotels. That's nonsense. They don't blow up the hotels. They don't blow up the planes. What happens is in a bankruptcy, new owners come in, all the debt is wiped out, and now you have an efficient management team with an unlevered company that can actually lower prices. So consumers end up with a better deal once the companies are restructured. But by keeping them afloat with more debt, the companies are never viable, and they have to keep overcharging customers based on a government subsidy. And once the government steps in and prevents them from restructuring, they're going to be in constant need of additional government money.
So what you're saying is if we allow the process to just happen almost a la law natural, right? The way things normally happen in nature, somebody doesn't do a good job, somebody else comes along and does it better, and in the end, everybody wins. And that is what should happen. Yeah. But for the last 2 decades, we have not allowed that to happen, almost as if these CEOs or these board guys or these hedge fund guys, they're the only ones in the world who have the answers, and how dare us think about replacing them. That's your argument.
Yeah, look, if we had let more businesses fail in 2008, then far fewer businesses would be failing now. We wouldn't have created the moral hazard. Businesses would have known that there's no government to bail them out, so they would have acted more responsibly. And had the Federal Reserve not kept interest rates so low, companies wouldn't have done all these buybacks. They wouldn't be all levered up. They would be able to withstand this temporary emergency, but so would their employees. Don't let the workers off the hook. You've got all these people who have lost their jobs who have no savings. They can't make it without a paycheck because they have a big mortgage, they have credit card debt, they have auto loans, they have student loans. Why is that? Why don't Americans have any savings either? That's part of the problem. And nobody should be bailed out. No company should be bailed out. No individual should be bailed out. Everybody needs to deal with the consequences of their own actions.
Now, in the case of banks, for example, who are having to do forbearance, allowing people not to pay their mortgages, that is essentially being trickled down to the rest of the population who are in this very difficult situation. Would you agree some kind of remuneration is due to those who are directly helping people like you and me?
No, nobody is due anything. I have no problem with lenders and borrowers and landlords and tenants getting together and working out deals on their own. But nobody should be getting a check from the government because the government doesn't have any money. All the government is doing is printing money, and they're destroying the value of everybody's savings. Look, we're going to have massive inflation in this country. The government is doing far more damage with the bailouts and the stimulus. None of this money is free. If you're wondering who is going to pick up the tab, if you have money in the bank, if you have bonds, if you have a retirement account, if you have savings, if you have cash value in an insurance policy, if you have an annuity, if you have a pension, you're going to get wiped out because you're going to pick up the tab because your purchasing power is going to be destroyed by all the money the Fed is creating.
The three most important words, I think it's three, that Peter just said a while ago. I don't know if you cut that. The government does not have any money. Okay, it's more than three. But those are important words. Think about that. It's worth the story in and of itself. Peter, as usual, it's always a pleasure. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for expressing a point of view that sometimes we don't get a chance to hear anywhere else.
Woo!
What's my guy, Mr. Shift?
Nobody should get a bailout.
People ain't ready for that. People ain't ready for that life, for that talking, them talking points, boy.
He's straight Drago. If they die, they die. You know what I'm saying? Let them go.
Libertarian life, man.
Sounds like an investor that basically invested too many times in the large. Like he done lost a lot, millions. How much money you think he done lost on 2008 and 2020 during this crisis?
He made millions.
Well, it's interesting, man, because somebody that can manipulate the market like he can, and he knows what he's looking at as far as like financial crisis and things of that nature. He knows when to fold them.
He doesn't
he knows when to run.
Yeah, a lot of his philosophy comes from his father, who was a big libertarian back in the day, like 40s, 50s, way back. Yeah, so he's one of the people that's been predicting the market crashing for 20 years,
Right.
Yeah. So a good number of people made a ton of money on the housing collapse, but you never get to hear that side of the coin because the media and the government, they're all selling, rainbows and candy cakes and lollipops all the time. And as soon as you want to give out so-called bad news, people are uncomfortable. So it really does show you manipulation in the media when it comes to money stuff.
Do you think that it would have been a lot better if they didn't bail out a lot of the companies back in 2008?
But no, I'm not smart enough to answer that, but
I was looking at it.
I would say it's a philosophy.
Yeah.
Pure capitalism, and these are philosophies, and there's different forms of it, but
well, we was talking about how reckless a lot of companies are when he was talking about
for sure.
It's the same way, like you're holding the consumer and the employees accountable. That's at the bottom of the economy flagship, but the people at the very top, you giving them a life raft.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's Titanic.
Look, they say
Titanic all over again.
Yeah, capitalism all the way up and socialism all the way down.
Yeah, Titanic. You remember Titanic? Yeah, everybody that got money get the boats and and the rafts, and everybody at the bottom of the ship. Well, shit, you there it is. You at the bottom of the ship, so you going down with the Titanic, baby. Everybody else, you can save these few people and keep it going. But yeah, I thought it was very interesting that he's
one of the people that has a real problem with governments printing money, historically, it's a problem. That when your money isn't protected or backed by anything, it's a bit. A lot of people think it's a bit dangerous to have that system in place when it's not the foundation is shaky. You're just printing. But you know, and our economy is becoming more of a financial economy, a paper-rich economy, and less of an industrial economy.
That's facts.
And what does that mean? What does that mean? Because he could be wrong, right? You never know. Whatever.
Yeah, that's the thing. His theory hasn't been played out, but I imagine that they have had economists kind of speak to what would happen if they didn't actually save the banks at that time. Like, it literally could have been a run on the banks. Like, if everything just kind of like went through its process without basically saving them. Maybe you don't save the car companies as much, but the banks, that had to
well,
be.
I think if you let everything collapse, you deal with the pain. Because the argument is this, right? One argument I've heard is when the Fed got together and they consolidated all the banks and they bailed out. What did they do? Bail out for 800 billion, 768 billion, whatever the number was. The argument is once you do that, you have sent a signal to businesses that they will be bailed out.
Yeah,
too big to fail, right?
Yeah.
So what happens? 2020 comes. The argument is the coronavirus is just a pin that pricked the bubble.
Right.
The bubble's bigger because the banks in 2008 got bailed out, which made the bubble even bigger in the economy. And so what happens? The coronavirus happens, and not 6 months later, within 3 days, 4 days, a week, the stock market loses trillions of dollars, collapses.
Just gone.
And by the way, if the Fed didn't juice it, we may would have went down to 10,000. Right? Bank companies would have folded.
That's what I'm saying.
There would have been a complete collapse. The argument is you need that to happen so it won't be as bad. So if you keep saving it, the bubble just gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and it'll make the depression look like a common day,
at the beach. It was a vacation.
It'll be nothing. Right?
Nobody has any market. Market.
Right. That's one position, is that let it happen, because that's what capitalism is supposed to. It's going to be painful. It's ups and downs. So yes, it's going to be painful. People are going to lose their jobs. People are going to suffer.
I see the logic.
It's going to be violence. It's going to be chaos.
Yeah.
But the whole point is, at the end of the day, there's still value here. So things will reorganize itself, rearrange itself, and you have winners and you have losers, and the economy will be healthier long term. With short term pain, it's just if you're the individual person with the pain, that's where the problem is.
Yeah.
Because everybody's not going to lose their job. I mean, even with the crash of 1929, I think unemployment was 30%, 25-30%, somewhere there.
35%.
Yeah.
Some places it was like up to like 80%, depending on where you located at. But
and people have a problem that when the economy kind of came back, people had an issue that they sort of manufactured jobs, and the government kind of manufactured things and created safety nets and started taxing. It was a problem for a lot of people, and we're still living from that time frame, from that World War II time frame. So I mean, that's a position, and people have other positions, because some folks agree with his position, but they just want to get money, so they just invest in it to make money. They're like, okay, you're right, true, everything you're saying is true, but there's money to be made, so we'll deal with that when that happens.
You see, the thing is, who's hurting at the end of the day? Like, there are so many people that are not, because that wipes the middle class out. So the people that are basically still kind of like in the middle, depending on corporations for their jobs, some of these corporations that we're speaking about, by the way, letting them fall off the cliff, then you created a larger underclass, but that just kind of like busts the illusion, like you said, at the end of the day, to where we can really see the lay of the land, see the haves and the have-nots for who they really are, because a lot of it is covered. A lot of it is covered by that.
A lot of it's covered with credit. It's really covered with credit.
A lot
debt.
of it is. So a lot of people are financially fronting yearly. Yeah, for sure.
We know people personally.
Yeah, we do. I mean, that's what you got to do. You got to buy a car every year. Like, what are the people? I mean,
credit.
it's
All.
I mean, I'm like,
we have a big
you
credit
got to
market.
get a new car every single year. You balling like that. I know we work at the same place, me and you. Like, hold on now. Like,
right.
You make that much money? Come on now.
Right. Money don't even move like that. So it's kind of funny.
Nah, that's what I'm
like
saying.
that.
So
but
you
the illusion is important. Even now, even though they switched us over to more of a credit-based system, the illusion is still important because it keeps people participating. Basically, it keeps keeps everybody in the game. Right. So you open more and more credit, you allow people to go in more and more debt, but it assists with the illusion of a middle class or upper middle class or whatever you want to call it. But when you dig into the details of the economy, there are some question marks there as far as what the philosophy means when you have this type of economy. Like, what should be in place? What should be our strongest assets as a country? Should it be credit? Should it be a resource rich economy with a very strong manufacturing base? Right. So I don't, it's because we're being told so many different things, but there are strong arguments that you should have a very strong a very robust manufacturing base. You should make a lot of things. You should build a lot of things. You should, I've even heard people talk about how there's a reason why you don't see infrastructure in this country. Where you can kind of see we're kind of deteriorating as a country, but people are richer and richer for some reason, and those two things don't really make sense. You would think if you're more wealthy that the country would look better, cleaner, more efficient, more advanced. But for some reason, you're not really getting it across the board like you should be getting it. Hence why you have a Bernie Sanders popping up saying, hey, we're going to make everything free. It's just funny. We're going to equalize everything in an environment where that's not really a thing. I don't think.
Yeah,
that's one reason why they say he is, that socialist talk has become more popular with the common people.
Right.
That's the claim. I don't know. That's just the claim I've read about.
No, you hear the consistent complaints about him. I mean, he was considered a madman in the Senate for a long time. Him and I think it's Bernie Frank, the other guy that was out of Massachusetts.
Good old Bernie.
Yeah, him and Frank. Yeah, a lot of people really don't really know who he is, but he's pretty much a soldier in arms with Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Frank is hugely popular,
and he's I'm saying I don't know if a lot of black people really know who he is. But he's out of Massachusetts. He's really like a staunch lefty, all the way progressive.
He really smart.
Very smart though, and he's a little bit more stern too, as far as like he don't waffle like Bernie does. Like he could never run because he knew his lane. He knew his lane
Trump in a different way.
Yeah, he's like Trump.
He don't talk crazy.
Say
anything.
Yeah,
he say anything.
But he's too blue for everybody's. Yeah, you want to talk about the blue pill? His blue pill is really it's overwhelming. He appears on the Bill Maher show a lot. I think he still comes on that.
But you know what? I honestly, I don't, like I said, I don't totally understand how all these things work. But I would love. I wanted. You have to put pressure on people to produce energy, to make money, right? Like how much you have to really press and put tremendous amount of pressure to get people excited and energized to invest in the environment, to generate, something. So I don't know if giving people things, is that okay to do to a limit where people aren't necessarily starving, but at the same time, incentivizing them enough to give the system the energy to develop where we develop that excitement, that drive to want to innovate, build the next thing, design the next thing, or participate in those things. I don't know what's required. A lot of mistreatment. Is there other ways to accomplish that? And that's what Bernie's position is that we should be smart enough as a society to where we're mistreating people on a much lower scale. We're providing opportunity. We're putting in some guarantees, but we're also still getting the excitement. Because I've heard debates that you need human beings in a sense to come from in very, very rough environments to motivate them in a sense to build an America, for example. And I'm not sure if that's the only way to do that. I don't know. That's why they love, that's why we love bringing immigrants into our country.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why many of the CEOs of companies are immigrants, first generation, because their drive that they have, the way how they're motivated, and how they sort of see the world, really, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But the longer you tend to be in a country, apparently, generationally speaking, the more you're not as motivated necessarily to be a wealthy or rich person, but maybe you're more motivated to take care of people. I don't know really, but I've just heard those arguments out there.
Yeah, that's man.
Because an older society that's been around for generations and generations. I don't know how the management of that is going to be different, because one issue I think they would always make a statement about back in the day where you had to put a safety net in place because you had people were just struggling.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I would argue you couldn't motivate them at that point. Maybe they were older people or whatever, but you could, because I remember, I think it was Obama who was saying that the people who are 45 or 50, you're trying to get rid of their oil job or their gas job, their natural gas job, and replace it with a wind job,
Right.
and you're gonna train them. It didn't work. You remember that they would
Yeah,
talk about that, one of
I
those
remember.
failures where it's like it don't, it doesn't work that way. It sounds good, but like people just don't. Human beings you just can't move them like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that because just like with the coronavirus now, you got, they showed a quick snippet of people in Michigan, protesting.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go back to work. I don't care about the virus. You know,
I would take the chance.
we, we'll figure it out. But I need a check,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
and
mean
don't even send me
that's
no
what it
money.
comes
I want to
down
go to
to.
work. Don't even
Absolutely.
send me no money.
I don't want
Yeah.
your money. I
So
want none of that stuff. Absolutely.
yeah, yeah. You have any more videos to spool up, or you want to do something different, or how you feeling?
Um, let's see something here real quick. Uh, if you want, man, we can go to our favorite president's press conference, man. He live right now. See what he
Already?
talking
You
about.
sure? You sure it's up? And you sure he's talking?
Yeah, I'm gonna rewind it back. Catch him. I think Pence is speaking right now, so we'll see. Just give me one
Did
second
you?
here. I saw the other video. No, unless you want to do some other. We don't have to do it if you don't want to.
Oh,
We're
I
gonna go
definitely
ahead.
want to do that today. But I don't know if you want to run a video real quick in between, or while you're waiting to set up or something. I don't know.
We want to go and you got the I got the Roland Martin video about the Caribbean countries.
Okay. I haven't seen that video, so I maybe watched a little bit of it, but I
Uh,
didn't finish it. Yeah, you can play a little bit of that. You want to kind of skip the beginning part though, but
let's see.
that intro drives me crazy
No, it
because I watch it so much. It just keep burning me out. That's all.
that
It's rolling. It's rolling. Yo, bro, come on, man.
that's your boy. That's your
I like I
boy.
like I like Uncle Roro.
Uncle Roland Martin, man, is hilarious. He's hilarious, man. Roland.
He is plays the
But
game, man. He plays the game. That's all I can say.
I gotta give him. I gotta salute him, man. He's been in the trenches, man. He's been doing whatever he had to do. So I can't
He's
knock.
another person working. He's just working at the end of the
Yeah,
day.
but he's doing this thing though. I gotta give it to him. Yeah, he's doing this thing though, for sure.
He plays the reporter and the opinionator. He plays that line a little bit too much for me if I wanted to critique. But outside of that, it's all good.
Yeah.
I prefer. I would love if we could get a straight news, channel going where they're just giving you straight news and not coloring it.
It's a hard.
It's a space for everything. It's a space for everything.
Yeah, there should be space for that.
Yeah.
There should.
Like I was telling you earlier, hard news is sort of fading, and opinion news is really where the money's at. So again, capitalism at its finest. But
right.
if you want to blame that on that, but Anyway, did you gonna play the video?
Yeah, I'm gonna get. I got it queued up here in just a second.
Oh, okay.
Make sure we get it.
And you said he's already speaking. I know because he's supposed to lay out a plan. But you know what's so funny, right? He went from saying, "Cool." He went from saying, what was he saying? That he was gonna make the states open up. Now he's back to, yeah, the states are gonna do it on their own. I'm like, dude,
Right.
you are all over the place.
Mhm. Yeah, I need to pause anyway because she's in here.
Times reporter mocked.
She in here doing
She
her
all right.
thing. All right, so it should be in the background here in just a second. You should see it, sir. Let's see.
Hey, they're giving away free weed in Arizona.
That's what's up.
Anyone who lives in Phoenix.
Smoke weed every day. Blow trees. You know what I'm saying? Let me know when you're ready to rock.
That's why I acted the way I acted. I said what I said. Oh, my bad. I'm reading this Michael Jordan thing. My bad. We're not going back to normal. All right, here we go. Let's see. Oh, this is the I got you. I got you. I thought you was about to play old Roro. Okay,
we get
cool.
back to Roro.
No. We good. Yeah, I'm good. That's cool.
You ready?
Yeah. If it's interesting, I should say.
All right. Yeah, if it's not, then we'll cut it off. Oh, the sound is out. Let's see.
Any country,
Can you hear it now?
anywhere in the world.
Yeah, turn it
We
down.
suspended dangerous foreign
Please.
travel. We leveraged our industrial base to produce vast quantities of critical medical gear
Yeah,
and
okay.
enacted a historic $2 trillion relief package. Through it all, we have seen the heroism of our doctors and nurses like never before. These are our warriors. The bravery of our truck drivers, such bravery, and food suppliers, such incredible bravery, and the determination and drive of our citizens. Through this unified national endeavor, we have made great progress. Could really say progress. Our experts and scientists report that our strategy to slow the spread has saved
Tip, please.
hundreds of thousands of lives. Models predicted between 1.5 million and 2.2 million US deaths. If there was no mitigation, could have even been higher than that. And between 100,000 and 240,000 deaths with mitigation. It's looking like we will come far under even these lowest numbers. Thanks to our all-out military operation and the extraordinary devotion of our people, we believe we will experience far fewer deaths than even the optimistic projection, but there is no such thing as an optimistic projection on death. One person is too many. Our experts say the curve has flattened and the peak in new cases is behind us. Nationwide, more than 850 counties, or nearly 30% of our country, have reported no new cases in the last 7 days. Because of our early and aggressive action, we have avoided the tragedy of healthcare rationing and deadly shortfalls that have befallen many other nations which, wherever possible, we are helping. In America, no person who has needed a ventilator has been denied a ventilator. We're making hundreds of thousands of ventilators. We've delivered thousands and thousands of ventilators to the states. And actually, it's been an incredible operation. We started with very little and we ended with a lot. The United States has achieved a significant lower mortality rate than almost all other countries. Based on the latest data, our team of experts now agrees that we can begin the next front in our war, which we are calling opening up America again. And that's what we're doing. We're opening up our country. And we have to do that. America wants to be open, and Americans want to be open. As I have said for some time now, a national shutdown is not a sustainable long-term solution. To preserve the health of our citizens, we must also preserve the health and functioning of our economy. Over the long haul, you can't do one without the other, cannot be done. To keep vital supply chains running, these chains have to be taken care of so delicately. They're delicate, the balance is delicate. We want to deliver food and medical supply. We must have a working economy, and we want to get it back very, very quickly. And that's what's going to happen. I believe it will boom. A prolonged lockdown combined with a forced economic depression would inflict an immense and wide-ranging toll on public health. This includes a sharp rise in drug abuse, alcohol abuse, suicide, heart disease, and many other dimensions of physical and mental well-being. Moreover, many patients have put needed medical care on hold, creating entirely new hazards for public health. Our country has suffered. The world has suffered. 184 other countries have suffered. Therefore, my administration is issuing new federal guidelines that will allow governors to take a phased and deliberate approach to reopening their individual states. I've dealt with them now a long time, and we've had a great relationship. Democrat, Republican, the relationship has been good. This strategy is based on hard, verifiable data. I want to thank Dr. Birx for her incredible leadership in crafting these guidelines in consultation with scientists, experts, and medical professionals across government. Dr. Birx will explain the guidelines in more detail in a few moments. And Dr. Fauci has been absolutely terrific. We've all worked together, and we've worked together well. They are interested in the health of our country, and we're all interested in the viability and making us truly great again. We took the greatest economy in the history of the world, and we closed it in order to win this war, and we're in the process of winning it now. Our approach outlines 3 phases in restoring our economic life. We are not opening all at once, but one careful step at a time. And some states will be able to open up sooner than others. Some states are not in the kind of trouble that others are in. Now that we have passed the peak in new cases, we're starting our life again. We're starting rejuvenation of our economy again in a safe and structured and very responsible fashion. Our strategy will continue to protect senior citizens and other vulnerable populations while allowing military and other groups of incredibly talented people to go about their real business and the business that's supposed to be hard at work at doing, and nobody does it better. Our military is the greatest anywhere in the world, and we're so thankful for what they've done. Healthy Americans will now be able to return to work as conditions on the ground allow. Instead of a blanket shutdown, we will pursue a focus on sheltering the highest risk individuals, so important. We're establishing clear scientific metric and benchmarks on testing, new case growth and hospital capacity that must be met before advancing to each phase. And that's each phase specifically in the reopening of our country. This is a gradual process. As the caseload in a state continues to go down, restrictions can continue to be eased and come off. Throughout the process, citizens will continue to be called upon to use all of their weapons in this war, vigorous hygiene, teleworking when possible, staying at home if you feel sick, maintaining social distance, sanitizing commonly used surfaces, and being highly conscious of their surroundings. Those are our weapons, and they're very powerful weapons indeed. Governors will be empowered to tailor an approach that meets the diverse circumstances of their own states. Every state is very different. They're all beautiful. We love them all, but they're very, very different. If they need to remain closed, we will allow them to do that. And if they believe it is time to reopen, we will provide them the freedom and guidance to accomplish that task, and very, very quickly, depending on what they want to do. We are also encouraging states to work together to harmonize their regional efforts. We'll have numerous cases where states have worked and will be working very, very closely together. As we reopen, we know that there will be continued hardships and challenges ahead. Our goal will be to quickly identify and address any outbreaks and put them out rapidly. If the virus returns in the fall, as some scientists think it may, possibly, these guidelines will ensure that our country is up and running so that we can likewise put it out quickly. At the heart of our strategy is the vital role of medical research, especially for therapies that will significantly improve outcomes for high-risk patients and reduce the need for urgent care. This will be tremendously valuable in allowing life to eventually return to normal. At least 35 clinical trials are already underway, including antiviral therapies, immune therapies, and blood therapies in the form of convalescent plasma. You've all heard about some of these events and some of these therapies. They've come a long way. What's been done in the last 4 weeks is incredible. We will also continue to expand our testing capacity. We have now completed more than 5 million tests, by far the most anywhere in the world. Areas of our country that have been hotspots have done much more testing on a per capita basis than South Korea. We've done more than South Korea, and South Korea.
Dude, nobody cares. Can you
done more? We will continue to work with
Yeah,
governors
we can skip through.
to
It's like
advise
saying the
them
same
on how
thing.
to conduct both
Yeah, he ain't talking about
surveillance
nothing. You turn it down just a little bit.
reflected in the numbers.
All right.
For this reason, the number of tests processed in commercial lab is an
Yeah, he ain't talking about
affirmation that
nothing.
testing is important than ever.
If I hear him say he tested more than anybody else in the world, like they got to do it, like that means anything, is ridiculous to me. Just get the job done. You know what I'm saying? Who cares if you tested more when more of us are infected, more of us have died than any other place in the country, in the world right now, as far as what we know, as far as the numbers they're reporting.
I am interested in Dr. Fauci. Hold on, let's see what he says.
Go back to her first, because she's the killer.
Under moderate physical distancing and staying home if you are sick. I know.
You notice that he ain't had nothing to say about her, because she stays right in line.
Protective devices,
Right.
and the equipment to handle the surge and to ensure the ICUs can handle increased capacity. We want
This one doctor said
to have a
that
plan for
the
health
numbers
and
that they're
safety
talking
of
about should be in the
workers in critical
billions when it
industries
comes to like
and to
masks and
protect the health and safety
PPEs
of
and
those
stuff,
living in
not
high-risk
low
facilities,
millions.
including senior care
But
facilities.
that's what I'm
and
It's
saying.
just
That's
not
why they
enough.
give.
sentinel surveillance,
That's why they give
but
that
also
number like
additional
that's enough
surveillance.
for the whole
When we
country.
talk
We're
about
talking
all
about
of
for
the
the
states
nation.
that did
That's
not have
not.
Yo, this
major
one
metro
dude in that
their
one of the
sentinel
county dudes said we use 1 million of these a
surveillance
day.
always
Right.
the first
Like they go
cases
through
in
so
nurses.
much of the stuff,
And
So
and they're
this
and
is
not
a
then
putting that
very
in
much big
context.
focus
and
of
then
the
it's
plan
not like
moving
you could
forward.
reuse them. Some of these
We won't
masks
go
are like
into the rest of the
disposable after,
details on this slide, but
I
there's
would,
quite a bit of
I'm
detail
being generous
on
after a couple of times. I
expectations
mean,
of
come on
every
now.
state and local government.
Well, yeah, and
Next,
they have these.
you'll
Some
recognize
guy
this
came up with
slide.
these
It's a
trucks where you can have
next
them.
slide, please.
You can use them up to 20 times now.
You'll
But I'm like,
recognize
how
this
many trucks they
slide.
got? I think there's a
It's what
couple
we've been
hundred.
talking
You probably
about
Right.
need
15 and
20,000
30
trucks
days
to
of
do
the
this all over the
relentless
country.
spread. It's continuing those critical hand washing or sanitizers, not
I
avoiding
don't know if
touching
I
your
would
face
trust
at
you
all
to use
times,
it that many times, to be
disinfecting
honest with you.
surfaces, using
I don't care
face
what kind of
covering
UV
while
light you're
in
using.
public,
That's a
following
fact.
state
Right.
and local guidelines, and
That in
critically,
itself is an
stay
admission that you're
home
limited
if you are sick. I know a lot of
to be
people
the
go to
most
the workplace
advanced
when they
nation
are
in the
feeling
world.
ill. You know when you're feeling ill. It won't get better by going to work. So we're asking again for people to stay home when they're sick. Next slide is for employers to ensure that there can be social distancing and protective equipment, temperature checks, use of disinfectant in high traffic areas, including break rooms,
Right.
and ensuring that we don't do
This is
do
terrifying.
non-essential
Do you
business
really want folks to
travel,
go
and
back
then
to work right now?
monitoring for any symptomatic
Are they
individuals in the
serious?
workplace. And again, if you
I think
become
so.
ill at work, to immediately to go home and ensure that there's
Maybe they know
contact
something. You know,
tracing
they make
of
it
all the
seem like they know
individuals that
something
we
that we
have
don't
sick.
know.
I'm going to go through the phases very quickly, but you have the details.
You have no
Phase one.
vaccine. You have no therapies ready. You have nothing.
Again, you have to go through
It's
those
only
gating
been 4 or 5
criteria
weeks,
related
maybe
to
a month and a
14
half,
days of
if not 2
symptoms of
months,
illness and
and you've all of a
decomposing
sudden solved
Right.
everything. I mean,
despite
come
adequate
on, man, y'all
testing.
playing.
So phase one begins with all vulnerable individuals, including those with comorbidities, continuing to shelter in place and ensuring that those that first go out into the public are not those that are most vulnerable to bad outcomes in this disease. And then ensuring that we continue to do 6 feet maximum physical distancing in public spaces, continuing to avoid large
Damn.
gatherings and all non-essential travel. For the employers, next slide. Again, if a vulnerable population needs to return to work and cannot be teleworking, there should be special accommodations for all vulnerable populations, as well as options for teleworking. We believe every employee should encourage work return in phases from 20% or 25% to 40% to 50%. And again, minimize all non-essential travel. Phase one continued. Next slide. If the schools are already closed, they should remain closed. All visits to senior living facilities and
Right.
hospitals should be continue to be prohibited.
Doesn't
Right.
don't she sound
venues,
don't she sound
including
like she's
sit-down
contradicting the
dining, can
president a
only be
little bit in real
operated under
time?
strict physical
She does it.
distancing
She does it every
protocols
day.
and maintaining
Yeah,
those
I mean,
6
come on
feet.
now. They
Gyms
got to
can open
get
if
this
they
together.
again could hear to
It's not
strict physical
sounding the same
distancing,
way.
and elective surgeries
Mhm.
can resume on an outpatient basis. Phase two. Next slide. Next slide.
Phase
Again,
two.
you have to go through the criteria again of a continuation of
Documentation
another
that a person
14-day
is
decline among those criterias that were in the gating. Again, we're asking for all vulnerable individuals shelter in place.
Oh, you get an
We did
immunity
not put a
certification. You see that?
timeline on
Yeah, I
any
see
of the
it.
phases. We want the governors with the data that they
Gotta
have
have that
community
paperwork.
by community to be setting up those timelines.
Gotta help
Again, we're
make
asking for
sure
the
to
public
ensure
to
that
continue to maximize
that
physical
immunity is in
distance.
place.
I'm
However,
giving up
we
all your
increased
civil liberties when
social
after this
settings
thing is
to
over with.
be
Oh,
able
yeah,
to
for
now
sure.
have 50
Give it all
individuals,
up.
and non-essential travel can resume. Next slide. This is for the employers. We still would like to encourage telework, and the common areas should remain closed or be physically distanced. All non-essential travel for
I can't
employees
see it.
can resume. And then again, special accommodations for vulnerable. Next slide. This should be a relief to many of households
You know?
that have small children. Schools, daycares, and camps can reopen in phase two.
Okay. Oh,
Visits
that's
to
in
senior
phase
living
2.
facilities, however, should remain in hospitals prohibited. Large venues can operate, but solely under moderate physical distancing, and elective surgeries can resume on an outpatient and inpatient basis. Phase three. And so phase three, I won't go through in detail, is essentially returning to our new normal with all of what we
New
talked
normal.
about through all
That's
phases.
not what the president
Continuing
said.
the good hygiene practices, continuing the
Ain't
respect
nobody
for
gonna do that.
spaces between individuals,
Ain't nobody gonna do
because
that
we
either.
know that we still
You
have an
know, you
issue
know,
with
you know how we move in
asymptomatic spread.
America.
I do believe with this plan that we're both confronting the issue of finding symptomatic individuals through our networks with early alert, as well as those who come and present to different hospitals and emergency room with testing and contact tracing, but critically have put in place what we believe is a safety net through asymptomatic sentinel surveillance that is centered around our most vulnerable groups between nursing homes and our Native American people and indigenous populations, and our inner city groups that we know may be in multi-generational households and of unique risk. I'll stop there, Mr. President.
The inner city people are at a unique risk.
Thank you
A
very much,
unique
Mr.
risk.
President, Mr. Vice President.
Mhm.
So as you've seen just now from the detailed presentation from Dr. Birx, this is a rather robust
Oh,
program.
he let Fauci come back.
Into normality.
Mhm.
There's a
I
lot
didn't
of
Been a
think he
couple
was there.
days.
I didn't think he was
Me
there.
neither. I thought he was getting ready to be fired.
So what
That's
I
my
thought
expectation.
since I really wanted
So
to
that's why I
brief
really
allow
wanted to hear what he got to
time
say.
for questions is to kind of take us back to the discussions that we've had here before and why this is a natural evolution from what we had said before. You might recall that on a few occasions when I was up here before you, I told you that when we get to the point where we're going to take those steps towards trying to get back to some form of normality, that it would not be a light switch that you could turn on and off. I meant that in two different components.
That's a shot at
First
Trump.
of all, that we are a very large country and we have different dynamics in the country. We have areas of the country that have gone through a terrible ordeal and others that fortunately have gone and gotten through this rather lightly. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that light switch on and off is the exact opposite of what you see here, which is a gradual gradation with the first thing and the only thing in mind as the health people here, my colleagues who are either physicians, scientists, or public health issues, the predominant and completely driving element that we put into this was the safety and the health of the American public. And I know there are a lot of other considerations that go into opening, considerations that you've heard of right from this podium. But the dominating drive of this was to make sure that this is done in the safest way possible. So let me just make a couple of comments to just reiterate more from a broader standpoint, the things that Dr. Birx did so well in a very granular detail. First of all, in order to even consider getting into the phasing, you have to pass a hurdle. And that's the hurdle that we refer to as gating in. Now, when you think about it and look at the map of the country and look at the differences in different parts of the country, you will see that there are some regions, states, locations that are going to be almost already into some of that gating and will have already fulfilled some of those criteria. Others, because of the dynamics of the outbreak in the area, will take longer to be able to do that. But you don't get to phase one until you get through the gating. And then in order to make sure that safety and health is the dominant issue, the design of the phases were just that. You go into phase one, if you get no rebound and you satisfy the gating for yet again a second time, then you go to phase two. If you have no rebound and you satisfy the gating criteria for a third time, you go into phase three. So there are multiple checkpoints of safety there. So as I've said from this podium, when we were talking about the first 15 days of the mitigation, and then we extended it another 30 days, I essentially pleaded with the American public to say, let us make sure we do the best that we can to accomplish that. And in fact, mitigation works. You saw the charts that the Vice President and that Dr. Birx put up. It worked. And what we hope, and I believe we will be successful, if we carefully do this, again, with the attention to the safety and health of the American public, that we will be able to, it will be staggered. Not every state, not every region is going to do it at the same time. That's clearly obvious because of the varied dynamics of the outbreak. But we feel confident that sooner or later, we will get to the point, hopefully sooner, with safety as the most important thing,
to a point where we can get back to some form of normality. The one thing I liked about it that Dr. Burke said so well is that no matter what phase you're in, there are certain fundamental things that we've done that are not like it was in September and October. You want to call it the new normal, you can call it whatever you want. But even if you are in phase 1, 2, 3, it's not okay, game over. It's not. It's going to be a way that we protect ourselves because, as we know, and as I've said from this podium, it may very well be as we go the cycle around that there'll be this virus that wants to come back to us. I think we're going to be able to handle that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Dr. Fauci. Dr. Fauci, so I assume that there's also a phase 4, which is after a vaccine is developed and available to everybody. So question on phase 3 being the new normal, are we during that phase going to be able to see things like packed arenas for sporting events, large crowds, concerts?
The answer is it is conceivable that we will be able to do that. I think there will always have to be attention to making sure that we don't do all that packing in together. I think we'll be able to have sports events in that phase where you actually have participants there.
You see that tweet, right?
I'm not sure you're going to be able to do that uniformly and evenly temporally with everyone, but when people get to that phase, paying attention to the fact that if there is,
you're not going to have big crowds probably for another year. I would say next summer maybe.
You can respond to that, or you put it back and go.
I'll be surprised.
So the flexibility is that
you can fill a stadium up this year.
Let's face it, this is uncharted water. There may be some setbacks that we may have to pull back a little.
I mean, I wouldn't go.
Forward. But John, the direct answer to your question, I do see us getting more towards normal.
Mr. President? Mr. President, if you take a look at the gating criteria,
we get into the questions.
Guidelines, there are
always the best part.
States, I just looked at
the questions.
Idaho, Wyoming, Hawaii, Montana. It looks like they've already satisfied that gating criteria. In your call with the governors this afternoon, did you hear back from any states who said, we're already there, we could start the process now?
I did. I heard from a number of governors that said they're in very good shape. I also heard not only from the call, but I heard from some of the governors previous. And I think you'll have some very good things to report over the next few days about states opening up. And I think, John, having to do with your call on sports, depending on the area, depending where we're talking about, you're going to have large areas of our country where this has not been or has been totally eradicated. You'll be able to have those full arenas. Now, with everything being said,
based on eradication,
a lot of great work has been done on vaccines, but you have a testing process. Therapeutics, likewise, we have a lot of great things happening therapeutically. That will be a step further. But in terms of sports, they'll probably start off. As you know, I spoke to the commissioners yesterday, almost, I guess, of every sport. And many of them are going to be starting without the fans. So it'll be made for television, the good old days, made for television. And it'll go that way. And then fans will start coming in. Maybe they'll be separated by 2 seats. And then ultimately, we want to have packed arenas.
Did he say 2 seats?
What does that even mean? You in the same space as people. That doesn't make sense.
So at a certain point in time, when the virus is done, we're going to be back to normal.
Oh, have mercy.
Mr. President and the doctors, can you clarify then, is the 30-day period to stop the spread, are those mitigation efforts
probably a bad
still
idea.
in place, or have they been replaced by this new guidance?
Well, they're going to be in place to a large extent, and it also depends on the governors what they want to do. You have very different states. If you look at Montana, Wyoming, North Dakota,
he's mentioning the states of the smallest populations,
New Jersey,
and the
so
sparsest
it's going to be
people.
very dependent on the governor. We're recommending, as you see in the charts, we're recommending certain things. They'll be in place dependent on what the governor wants to do. If we see something wrong, we will be expressing ourselves very strongly. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does this mean that states such as Montana and Utah that already meet that gating period, will they be able to go to phase 1 as early as, say, tomorrow if the governor decides?
You're talking about those states that are in great shape already?
Yes.
They will be able to go literally tomorrow, yes, because they've met all of the guidelines. If you go back, you're going back 14 days, you're going back even a month, and they have the ones that I'm thinking about, the ones that I've already spoken to governors about. They've met
Montana
those,
has the
guidelines
49th
actually
largest
pretty long
state
ago.
economy.
Mr. President, what's your message
What
to
was
the
that,
protesters
Wyoming?
we saw a lot in Michigan, but in other states that are saying that they are refusing to comply
Wyoming
with
is the
stay-at-home
50th
orders
largest
issued
state
by
economy.
governors and local officials? I mean, isn't it important for everybody to go along with this as we go through these phases?
Well, they've been going through it a long time, John, and it's been a tough process for people. You know, I told you there's death and there's problems in staying at home too. It's not just, isn't it wonderful to stay at home? They're suffering. This country wasn't built on that principle. It was built on an exact opposite principle, actually. And I watched in one particular state where they want to get back. They want to get back. They were very strict sanctions that were put on people. That was probably the most strict of all. But I just think the American people have been incredible. When you look at, John, when you look at what they've done, when you look at what they've been through, when you look at all of the death and all of the problems and all of the sickness, when you look at what's happened, I just think the American people have been incredible.
Urge those protesters to listen to local authorities?
I think they're listening. I think they listen to me. They seem to be protesters that like me and respect this opinion. And my opinion is the same as just about all of the governors. They all want to open. Nobody wants to stay shut, but they want to open safely. So do I. But we have large sections of the country right now that can start thinking about opening. There'll be some mitigation, and they'll keep it going for a period of time, including masks, by the way, in areas that you wouldn't even think. I asked a question today. I said, why would they wear masks in Wyoming or Montana or North Dakota? And that's if somebody should come in from an area that isn't so successful in terms of what they've done. So that will be a governor's choice, and we'll have no problem with it.
Yeah, Mr. President, you spoke this afternoon with your new congressional advisory groups, 32 bipartisan members of the House, 65 bipartisan members of the Senate. One of the big topics was the fact that the Small Business Association loan pot of $350 million has hit the cap. It's exhausted. There's nothing moving on the $250 billion to replenish it. What did you tell those bipartisan groups today about getting the move on to get some more money into the hands of small business?
So just for the viewers watching this or hearing you ask that question, exhausted is a good thing, not a bad thing. It went quickly. It is so popular. The banks have been incredible, including 4,000 community banks. 4,000. Most people didn't know you had that many banks. 4,000.
Don't need a lot of them.
What they want is people want to keep this going. And we're doing it to keep the small businesses open and to keep the workers paid. And we have a $250 billion request. The Democrats like it. The Republicans love it. And to be honest, I think something's going to be happening. I hope so, because this is a very popular program. It was really executed flawlessly. The first day they changed an application a little bit. But when you look at what Bank of America did and what Wells Fargo did and Citi and a lot of the banks, but when you look at what all of the community banks did, it's been really incredible. Well, we're negotiating with Democrats, and they should frankly approve it quickly. This is a great thing for our country. It's a great thing for small business and for the workers. And we're having a hard time getting them to approve it. I think it's going to happen. It should happen really unanimously. But they're trying to get things, and we're not too happy with what they're trying to get. Please go ahead.
First, could you just say which states specifically you guys think have hit the gating requirement for this?
I'd rather not say that, but you'll be seeing it very soon. I mean, I'd rather have the governors be able to announce, and they're very proud of it. They've worked hard. Some are in an area that's less susceptible, and some really was done, I think we can say, through talent. They really worked very hard. And, we have some states that got too much credit for what they've done. Frankly, I could name you a couple of those too.
New York.
And I could name you a couple of them. And we have others that haven't
California.
been given credit that have done a phenomenal
Yeah, of course.
Part of the guidance seems to sort of shift to states and companies the burden not just of additional testing and surveillance, but also this sort of new normal in which, there's smaller crowds in restaurants and bars and arenas.
That's not going to be normal. There's not going to be a new normal where somebody has been having for 25 years 158 seats in a restaurant, and now he's got 30 or he's got 60.
I ain't going in there if
That's
there's
not gonna
150
work.
people
That's
in
not
there.
normal. No, normal will be if he has the 158 or 68 seats, and that's going to happen.
I'm
And
good,
it's going to
bro.
happen relatively quickly, we hope. But that's our normal. Our normal is if you have 100,000 people in an Alabama football game, or
You want 100,000 people in
110,000 to
there.
be exact, we want 110,000 people there. We want every seat
Yeah,
occupied.
that's
Normal is
crazy.
not going to be where you have a game with 50,000 people.
To that point, I mean, best case scenario that happens in these
A
states
year
would be
from now.
really well in a month. Obviously, for I think a lot of other states, it's going to be longer than that. So my question is, what is the federal government going to do to sort of help, especially companies, but states and local governments in those positions, pay for what is now going to be an even longer extended?
We're going to be watching over. We're going to see that everything is working out smoothly. We're in very strong communication with the governors. We're going to be helping with testing. They're going to be doing the testing. It's got to be a localized thing, and it really has been since I've been involved, because I came in and federal government's supposed to do testing of parking lots in the middle of a certain state that's 2,000 miles away. It's ridiculous. But the testing has been so incredible. Two things: testing and ventilators. Ventilators are really tough. They're very complex. They're very expensive. They're, very sophisticated machines. Some are unbelievably sophisticated. Well, we
Yeah,
built,
do they keep you
General
alive? Come
Motors
on, keep
yesterday,
going.
thousands are being issued. We have 11 companies building them. We have not had one complaint in the last week and a half, which is surge time. Don't forget, when they were calling because in 2 weeks and 4 weeks and 5 weeks, they're going to need ventilators, not because they need them right now. And we were right on our counts, and nobody that wanted a
Maximize your
ventilator didn't
successes
get
and
a
minimize your
Plus, we have
failures.
additional, if there is a surge. We hope there's not going to be a surge at all, but we're going to be able to build up the stockpiles of states.
He
We
does
didn't
know
have
that
them. We should have had
31,000
them.
people are dead,
And
right,
we're
in 3
also going to
weeks.
have a big stockpile in the federal government, and we'll be able to help foreign
Jeez.
countries that need help.
That's
Because
why I
you
was
have
saying,
come,
like, good
look, your
news, bad
countries will
news.
never be able to
He's
build a
like
ventilator.
the
It's tough stuff. We're uniquely talented in the sense that we can do things that nobody else can do. We'll get right back to you, John. Peter in the back. Peter.
Thanks. So you said you didn't want to name the states that might be ready to go. So can you give us some, or maybe the experts, Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci, give us some sense of how many yesterday? You said 29 states were in good shape. You think as many as 29?
Yeah, Peter, I think 29 states are in that ball game, not for opening, but I think they'll be able to open relatively soon. I think the
What
remainder
does
are
that
just getting
mean?
better. New York, New Jersey are having very tough times, and they'll be there. They'll be there at some point, but they're not going to be one of the earlier states. They're going to be later, obviously. I just spoke with the governor of New Jersey. We just spoke with Mike and a couple of folks. So we had a great talk with him. Phil is a terrific guy. He's working very hard, Democrat, but we get along. He's working very, very hard. I guess the fact that he's right next to this big, massive city where everybody's very closely, they're together. And New Jersey's been hit unbelievably hard as anybody in the true sense. But they're doing a great job in New Jersey.
Wouldn't that make you nervous
That
that
doesn't mean, Peter, that
people
doesn't mean that
people
they're
leave
going
New
to be
York
opening
City,
next
right?
week. That's not one that's
Infect the
going
whole
to.
East
But we have a
Coast,
lot of states
and you're
that,
not concerned about the spread
through
if you start
location
having games and
and
stuff. Like
also through a
it's the
lot of
weirdest thing he's
states
saying.
with a lot of
it.
talent,
All
are
it
very
takes
good
is one of
position
these
and getting
truckers.
ready to
All it
open.
takes is
And
one of these
over
truckers
the
to
next
fly
very
through
short period
North
of time, it's
Carolina,
going to be up to the
Montana,
governors. We're
any
going
of
to
these
work with them.
states
We're going
that
to
are
help them.
Yep,
that are
that's it.
so-called still
It's
under
going to be up to the
quarantine,
governors. I think there
and
will
then
be.
they
I
go
think
and
you're going
One
to
pass
see
flight.
a
along, and
few
they're
states starting
people,
to
and that's
open.
it. They don't even take a
And
flight.
I
It's
call
just
it a
regular
beautiful
truckers passing
puzzle.
through.
Yeah, trucker.
You
Yeah,
have
yeah, yeah.
50 pieces,
Whom
all
whom
very
he think,
different.
by the way,
But
this
when it's
this
all done, it's a
today.
mosaic. When it's
So
all done, it's
Right,
going to be
right.
if they're
I
out
think,
and
a
they
very
get some
beautiful
of touch
picture.
some of the
And very
services,
important
or
is what
you know,
Dr.
out and
Fauci
about,
said.
they can
It
get
could
affected.
be that sometime in the fall,
And the
there'll
trucker
Yeah,
be
he
may
ain't
not
big.
be. The trucker may
flare-ups.
be
But we'll be in
asymptomatic
a
too.
great position
So
Exactly.
with
Yeah.
everything we've done and everything we've learned. This was something that nobody ever saw before. Such contagion and very, very powerful. People don't realize, because we all probably have friends. I have a number of people that were just great people who were just decimated by what happened. Some are dead right now. They're dead. They went into a hospital. One called me. He said, I tested positive. 4 days later, he was dead. The following day, after he said that, he was unconscious. So this is a tough deal. At the same time, some people got sniffles and they didn't even realize they had a problem. And they are supposedly immune. We're going to find out about that. Even that's a little bit soon, because we don't know how long the immunity lasts. But Peter, some states are in great shape, and they're really
So they
in
keep
great
saying
shape to
stuff, and
open.
they
And I
shouldn't be
think
saying
you'll have
stuff.
quite a few states opening soon.
Because the
And they're
issue
going to
with
be
the
very
immunity is they
vigilant.
don't know how long it works. You could be immune for a week and get it again. They have no clue.
Experts have
But they're
said
talking about it in
it should be
public.
better done
Like
if
some
there were
things they shouldn't even be
comprehensive
talking about in
surveillance
public because I
testing,
think
which
it
we're
causes
obviously not
confusion.
in
It
position to
can
do. I
cause
wonder if maybe
confusion, I
Dr.
think.
Birx and Dr. Fauci
Sure, we
can
can
tell
do
us
that.
whether they feel
Yeah,
comfortable.
this whole administration is a mass. It's a massive confusion.
I just wanted to,
A
it's why I
mass
wanted
of
to
it.
put up the syndromic and the influenza-like illness piece, because what
Hey,
is
the
key
AIDS
in
woman.
this is the early alerts and getting in there
I
before
wish I
they
could
even
find
know
the
they
old
have a
video of her
problem.
and
And I
Dr.
think
Fauci talking about
CDC
AIDS
has
in the
been
80s.
remarkable in building these platforms.
That would be an
Dr.
interesting
Redfield
contrast, I think.
integrated them, so they're all on the same website. If you look at COVID-19, go into cases.
No, they should be
you'll
calling
find
it
all of
the
data.
death of
And
America
the
again.
beauty of it is the states are used to utilizing that through flu. So the testing and contact tracing, and Dr. Redfield will be putting people in every single state to make sure that CDC is standing beside the state and local health officials to make sure that all of those cases are immediately identified and contact traced. I think what's new and what's really critical is this constant sentinel surveillance for asymptomatic individuals in communities that we know are particularly vulnerable. And that hasn't been done in flu before. And I think that's going to be the added dividend that's really focused on who is most vulnerable and how do we get the fastest alert by generally screening people without symptoms. So people who are just coming to the clinic will be screened for COVID-19. And we do have enough testing capacity to do both that surveillance piece as well as the diagnostic piece and contact tracing.
No, actually, people have gotten confused about that because in the beginning, when we were focusing really on just mitigation and really trying to keep peaks down and trying to worry about ventilators and PPEs and things like that. When you get a little bit more grace period, you can start figuring out what is the penetrance.
If you are a healthcare
of this
worker,
virus
you
in
need to still have
society.
PPE
What
on.
are we
It doesn't
missing
matter if
in
it's a
people who
saliva
might be
test or not.
infected?
You know what I'm
What
saying?
is the percentage of those people that are out there? That's going to inform us greatly for a number of things,
They're
including
doing everything in their
the
power
level,
not to
once we
produce more of
prove
this
that
stuff for people. It's the
antibody
strangest
test
thing.
that you have
We
is
should be
really
having an
protective, and we
unlimited
still
amount
don't know
of
that yet. We're going to
PPEs,
find that out.
not trying to
We may
figure
get
out
a good
ways to get
feel
around it.
of what the level of
Just get it done,
protection might
right?
be in society,
They keep
but
talking
we
about
don't know
World
that
War
yet.
II and building
So it's going to give
planes
us
and doing all this
information
other
as
stuff.
to what the vulnerable
But you
areas
can't get
are and how we need to
simple
respond.
coughs made.
Remember, there's two types of things: antibody tests and tests for the diagnosis of who has the disease. One you need for contact tracing, the other you want to need for finding out what's in society. We're going to have both of those much
When?
better as we go in the next weeks and months. And by the time we get
When?
into the fall, I think
Next weeks, next months. You think?
I
No
also
facts.
say that as we see
No
a
facts.
hotspot possibly develop,
No facts.
not, but
If,
a
think,
hotspot
maybe,
develop, we will
soon.
learn a lot. We'll be able to suppress it, whack it. We'll be able to do things that people weren't even thinking about because nobody's ever gone through this. In 1917, they went through something that was similar, probably not as contagious, probably
1918.
more powerful in certain other ways, but we are going to be able to suppress it, we think, and we're going to watch it very closely. We're going to be able to watch things very closely. Please. Yeah, Bob, please.
And you're talking about now tracking every American. Is that what you're really talking about? What are you
I think
talking
what's
about?
really important is during this, we're bringing people back to work and our economy back to work. And what's going to go back is that we're going to be very aggressively focused on early case recognition, isolation, and contact tracing.
Right.
In the event that we
Which
just
is
went through,
super late on.
unfortunately, as we started, we were very capable of doing that. When the initial cases all came from China, all the way through January, all the way through to the end of February, we were able to identify cases early, the first 14, do the contacts.
Can you imagine having a job
contacts.
and you get infected in the future and you can't work for 14 days? Will your job will there be a law in place for your job to keep you?
We're about to
and
enter
not fire you, get rid of you?
a phase of this where we're going back to
What kind of
containment.
protections will you have?
Mitigation is going to continue, as Dr. Birx and others have said. Some of the things that we've learned to do, we're going to continue. But the major thrust of how we're going to control and make sure that we continue to keep this nation open is early case recognition, isolation, and contact tracing. That's the fundamentals of public health. That's what we're going to do. You see, we have very good surveillance systems that are going to help us as we see these cases sporadically across the country. We've got to jump on them with early diagnosis, isolation, and contact tracing. That's what CDC is going to continue to help build that
Yeah,
capacity.
we've been knowing this. You can't execute though.
And one other thing, because we discussed this today with the senators, we had the congressmen and women. There'll be some areas of our country, wide open plains, wide open spaces, with not that many people, relatively speaking, where you're not going to have to do that. Senators were saying there is no reason to do that in certain states and certain areas where you have the wide open.
Nobody's there.
In other cases, we will be doing
Most of the population is on the East Coast and on the West Coast. What are you talking about?
a function.
You're talking about very small economies
So largely
and very few people. The impact, with the money that gets made
clear
for everybody
benchmarks
is
on
pretty
testing.
center.
The main periscope that I think you guys are talking about is
Numbers.
syndromic, as
Yeah,
well
he's
as
talking
the
about the
surveillance and
Northwest, man.
sentinel testing.
That's what he's
I
talking
know what he's
about.
doing. I know what he's doing.
Things without doing, I just want to be
That's
clear.
not this country, though. Honestly, when it comes to people,
Because
not,
you
this
don't
is
have
not.
capacity, you don't think it's
Talking about ranchers. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about population of like the whole state is 600,000 in the whole state. There's more people in one borough in New York than there is in like 3 states combined.
One is too
Right.
many, but you have states
Come on,
with
man.
very little, and frankly,
It's not
they're-
reality.
They have almost nothing.
A lot of states in this country are really irrelevant when it comes to the economy, in my
Where they're
opinion.
going through, frankly, they go through hell. And if you look at New York, I'm looking at bed count because you have to look at
You
bed
know,
count.
very low contributors. A lot of them are in debt, don't pay taxes,
2,900
don't
beds.
contribute,
And
don't have any citizens there anyway.
4 days, they did an
Mhm.
incredible job. The Army Corps of Engineers. It was not used very much.
They're,
We
they're
sent
relevant to some level, but it's very low
to New
as
York
far as you
Harbor,
bringing
and
it up in a
was
White House
not
press
used. Then we went
conference.
COVID, and it still was not used very much because
To use it as an example of opening up something when they have a very small economy.
When you see yourself
Go
getting
ahead,
back to
please.
campaigning,
President,
I mean,
This is not campaigning. I want to make the country better. I don't care about campaigning. This is
Yeah,
about
see-
making our country
See,
better. I
Brother
think this
Gab in the
team has
chat.
been
Peace, Brother Gab.
whether it's Army Corps of
Peace,
Engineers,
peace.
whether it's FEMA. One thing that happened on the call today that I noticed more than anything is Pete Gaynor. So many governors said, I want to thank you. Pete Gaynor called up. They had tornadoes in a big part of our country this week. And they were all saying that he has been unbelievable. They called one after another. They were thanking us for, that's FEMA. And they were thanking us. No, I want to heal this country. This is a war. We've been through a war. We have an invisible as opposed to a visible enemy. I think in many ways the invisible enemy is much more dangerous, is much tougher. In the G7 today, I went through country after country. We were there. We all get along great. Angela Merkel and
I don't think
Shinzo
it's
Abe,
supposed to
Prime
be that
Minister of Japan, and all of them. And their countries have been devastated by this. Their economies have been devastated by this. 184 countries all over the world. And we went through one after another. And I was angry because this should have been told to us. It should have been told to us early. It should have been told to us a lot sooner. People knew it was happening, and people didn't want to talk about
I
it.
mean, no accountability at all,
To the
man.
bottom of it.
None.
People should have.
Just
People-
zero.
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying people should have told us about this. They should have told the rest of the world too.
Well, he said it in the last press conference. He was talking about China.
France talking today.
He did say
European
it.
Union
He said
was
it
there
already.
Represented that represents a lot of countries.
They got reports saying that it was in a lab.
We're going to build this economy back bigger,
Report
better,
coming out.
stronger than ever before. You watch, and we have stimulus, and we're going to do things. Whether it's infrastructure, which we would like to be able to do, our roads,
We haven't
tunnels, our
infrastructure in
highways,
20
our
years.
bridges, our
Stop
bridges
talking
need
about
help.
that.
You know, a lot of you have reported on our bridges. A lot of bridges are in bad shape. They should have been fixed 25 years ago. They're still standing. They have to be fixed. So hopefully we'll get an infrastructure bill. The good news is the interest rate is close to zero.
It costs too much to build anything.
Zero interest is a good thing when it comes to rebuilding your infrastructure and your country back. Please, in the back.
Mr. President, walk us through the calendar, if you would, when it comes to Memorial Day or even Pentecost in May. You've got July 4th, Labor Day weekend. What would you anticipate at each of those milestones?
Well, I don't like to anticipate because you have a couple of states that are in difficulty that have made a lot of progress, by the way, and they're either here or they're heading down.
More than a
But
couple.
in terms of dates, but I think we're going very quickly now. I really believe. I think we're going to have a lot of states open relatively soon. We're beating the date. I said a date of May 1st, and here we are. And I think you're going to have some nice surprises over the next few days, and that'll be before. And that's big stuff. Some of those states are big,
I would,
big
you know, what,
stuff.
I would be very curious how many people are going to have a hard time
Look,
going to
I don't
work,
want anyone
one
coming back that
restaurant.
isn't in
Because
position to come
our
back.
economy really is built on like going to places
soon.
where there, where there's people at. We don't like going to restaurants that are empty. We like going to places that are
Really
jumping.
heading in a direction.
Yeah.
And I think it'll be much
Service.
nicer than people.
That's what drives us. That's what makes you want to be places. And I'm like,
Yeah,
can you get our brains to dial back?
What might happen? How many deaths might occur if there is a widespread
I will be impressed by that.
work? I mean, how many deaths are we talking about?
So if we didn't do what we did, we were talking about up to 2.2 million deaths.
Yeah.
So that's 5 times almost what we lost in the Civil War. Okay. If everything happens properly, and if we continue to go the way we're going now, we will be significantly less than the lowest number with mitigation. So we'll be significantly less. And it's still a lot of people. One is too many, as I've said, one is too many, but we'll be under the number of 100,000, which was the minimum number projected by the model. And I give everybody up here, I give all of the people that we've been, I mean, this was a military operation with a lot of private help. If you look at Roche, they were incredible. Look at Johnson & Johnson now, what they're doing. They are very far advanced on a vaccine. I think therapeutically, we have some of these genius companies. They're truly genius companies. I'm seeing the people that run the companies and scientists. And I mean, what they're doing is incredible. It's incredible. It's a beautiful thing to see. So I think we're very far advanced, and I think we're going to be in great shape soon. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, I know you don't want to mention specific states, but what about Washington and California? Do you have guidance for?
You mean Washington State or Washington here?
Washington State and California?
Well, that's going to be up to them. They're going to have to make that determination. I mean, the governor of Washington was saying that he can't find cotton because, a swab is a very easy thing to get. And swab is essentially, it's a little bit more sophisticated than a Q-tip. And you got to be able to go out and find, the federal government shouldn't be forced to go and do everything. What we've done is incredible. What we've done are the ones that can't be done, like, for instance, the ventilators that can't be done by anybody but a very powerful, very great manufacturing country, which is what we are and what we're really getting to be. And I have to tell you, some of these companies, what the job they've done, and we're going to recognize them pretty soon, the job they've done in terms of getting out, in particular, ventilators, because ventilators are so hard.
If black men are going to vote for, if black men are going to vote for Donald Trump in mass, man, I really do.
What the price is the same.
If we're going to vote for this man in mass, I really need to know exactly what all the brothers are looking at when they see Donald Trump.
Let me toss this question up to you and to the
It exists. Go find one. I mean, it's pretty black and white on why they like him, I thought.
Get through these phases. Do we have an idea of how many millions, tens of millions of tests they're going to need?
Hundreds of millions, not billions.
Look at passing the buck. He love it
because he can't answer that testing question is a problem. It's a big problem, I think, that they have.
And I think what has happened over the last several weeks is hospitals and clinics that could move to the more point of care test, move to those point of care tests. And what it's left is an amazing array of capacity that exists in the country for at least 1 million more tests per week. So we have a whole team working lab by lab to see what it
now,
would take.
Now, is going to have 27 million tests by mid-March. They've
'cause
only
it's a
tested a few
now.
million people.
So you see in the
And we're
system,
in
I
mid-April.
just said to you, there's 1 million more tests per week, that we have tests sitting there and equipment sitting there. And
She
now we
keeps
have to
saying that,
really
by the way.
deal with each single lab to really figure out
They
what
have a
they
lot of
need.
tests that
And
haven't
we're
even
not making
been ran
this
through the
right
system.
over.
They're just sitting
Seema
on them.
Verma, who
So you
went
see
through
that
with
tweet about
us,
some of what the
and
other
thanks to
medical
the lab
professionals are
directors,
saying
they
that's
really
not in the White
explained to
House.
us highly
Oh, I
technical
missed it.
difficulty
It
to
is
run
possible
some of
we will
these
be
big pieces
practicing
of
social
equipment
distancing
because you have
until
allopurinol
Oh, yeah, I
2022
heard about that. Yeah, that was a
centrifuge, you
Harvard.
have to
That was
put
a
if
all
we
Harvard.
this
don't
Yeah.
have
together.
a
It takes a
vaccine
tech
or
full time.
treatment.
At
Experts
$50 a
say.
test, it
That's
wasn't
why I
enough
love.
to
That's why I
hire another
love the USA
technician to
page
run the
because they
machine full
always
time. So at
fact
$100
checking.
a
You know what I
test,
mean?
it is. So
Yeah,
those are kinds of changes
beautiful.
we have to make bit
Real
by bit
time,
by
baby.
bit. But that alone
Right here to blow your
doubles our
mind.
testing capacity per week. So we're committed to work with laboratories to answer every one of their issues with
Yeah,
the
we're not
state
here
and
for all
local
the
governments. And I think,
innuendos, all the well,
frankly, every
he said this.
conversation
We're
I
gonna let these
have, and the
people speak for
governors will say,
themselves,
I
man.
need
You make the
5,000
choice.
people
You make the
tested.
decision
And I
of
say,
whether you think
well,
these
at the
people are for real or not.
University of X, there are 6,700 tests waiting for you. So it's more of making sure that every governor and every public health official knows exactly where every lab is and where the tests are, so we can create with them a real understanding so all these tests can be run. So yes, there is twice the capacity right now.
So just so you understand, excuse me, just so you understand, we have tremendous testing capacity. You look at the labs, they're actually saying, send us. And the reason it's gone down is because we have so many other tests that frankly are easier because you don't have to send. They're on
Where
site.
are these tests at,
And now
man?
we have the new
Where
saliva
are they at?
test that just came out
They don't
yesterday, which
exist.
is probably the easiest of them all when you get right down to it. And I was
There
seeing
is no
Rutgers,
test.
great school, great college, great university, and they're using that. So many people are going to want to use that, but they don't have to use the labs anymore. Labs are great, highly accurate, very, very great companies, but they're down. They have tremendous, as that goes down, you have additional capacity. We have tremendous testing capacity. And to think that a month and a half ago, we had virtually nothing. I just want to conclude, we're opening up our great country again. It's going to be over a period of time. We're working with some really great people that have become friends of mine. And I'm including Democrat governors that have really done a good job, Republican governors, most of whom I've known that have done a really good job. They're all working together. We're all with few exceptions, the relationship has been outstanding. And I want to thank Doctor and Mike. I want to thank the director, fantastic job. We've all done, by the way, head of the FDA, he has broken hurdles that years
Why does
ago,
it
even
feel like the virus
recently,
is
would
kind
have
of
taken
just
years.
started?
He got one thing done in one day that would have taken 2 years
I
for
think
somebody
he's
else. So I
ruining
want to
his
thank
presidency
Dr.
by
Hahn,
rushing
the
this.
FDA. We have incredible people that we're working with, and
Economy for
we're
another
going to
month
bring
or
our
two, just to be
country back.
sure.
It's going to be bigger
I totally
and
sure is
better.
he rushed because our economy is more vulnerable than
We have
people are being
learned a
talked
lot.
about.
We've learned a lot about ourselves. I want to thank everybody, and most importantly, I want to thank the American people. Thank you
Why
all
would
very
you rush
much.
the pandemic? Not taking it that serious is kind of terrifying to me. Opening up America again.
Kroger grocery stores asked grocery personnel to be classified as secondary first responders or emergency
Is
personnel.
Trump stopping right
They can
there,
get
or did he
access
leave
to,
already?
He's
testing,
been
and that's
bounced.
something that the federal government will be doing. We're working with all of our
All right, we can stop it, man. That's
I'm
yeah, they
burnt out.
done. They done. Oh man,
I
unbelievable,
thought,
man.
just gonna play getting credit as a black designer. I thought he was gonna play what are they talking about? Getting credit as a black designer still fairly new trend. I thought they were uh did you want to did you want to play the trucker thing, or you want to mess with that?
Ooh,
You don't have to. I just thought it would be kind of funny.
yeah. I was thinking we could
Be a
probably.
good contrast.
Yeah. How long we been on for right now? Let me
3
see.
hours. We don't have to. You can kill it. It's up to you.
Yeah, let's not do that right now because
Gotcha.
we trumped out, man. He
Yeah, I'm trumped out.
Yeah, he's tapped on my forehead. I can only I can only take so much of Donald and his shenanigans. But what were you saying? Some of the reason why people think he's so attractive to vote for him. I'm saying, like, I'm just trying to see the logical reason to vote for him. That's all.
I thought there was clear reasons why black men specifically is attracted to Donald Trump.
Okay, what's one of them you think?
I wasn't sure the percentages was due to people who are entrepreneurs or people who are hiring entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
You know, people who want lower taxes, probably people who like his brash, tone, how he speaks, how he deals with females. So I'm thinking there's got to be an attraction there, I think. And historically, a lot of black rappers and a lot of that part of our culture and a lot of people who are into Flash and things like that have always probably liked him. And people just like white folks enjoy watching him on The Apprentice. Plenty of us watch that show as well. So he's always been a part of the culture. So for him versus maybe other people, we're probably more comfortable with him. He tries to speak our language. He's a New Yorker. I just think there's a lot of appeal, not a lot of appeal, but there is clearly an appeal there from a percentage of black people. And on top of all of that, I think when he tries to, I think there's a percentage of black people, men and women, I guess both, but men more so than women, notice that he is speaking to us, regardless of what it sounds like. It's enough. He's doing the HBCU thing. He's bringing black pastors in to the White House. So he has all the propaganda to get your attention. Because you can't say he's a true racist, that he's a strong Thurman. He's shaking hands and kissing black babies, basically, is what he's really doing. Because he's consistently he just did it with the UPS driver and the DHL driver today, giving the key to the city. He's in front of the White House with a brother from New York. He just did it like today. So I can't make it up. He's courting black people. We don't have to. If you're a black person who lives in the liberal bubble of Hollywood, Instagram, rappers, and all that type of stuff, you're living in those bubbles. That's okay. But if you get out of those bubbles and look at what he's doing, it's obvious that he's courting black people, regardless if what's my man named Duke likes him. What's the dude name? I better call him Michael Duke. That's funny. What's the guy named the supposedly ex Klan member dude? Duke.
David Duke.
David Duke. Yeah, even though David Duke likes him, even though the Klan and other white supremacist groups are a fan of his, there's also going to be a lot of black folks that are.
That's not important. All right, that makes
that even though if you are, my point is that most black people, in my opinion, I'm just making an opinion, live more in a liberal part of this country. Like as far as what they watch on TV, as far as how they view a lot of things, and the people that they support and vote for. How many people voted for Democrats? I don't know what the number is. 96%, 94%. So it's clear who we generally support. That's all I'm saying that. So he, I'm gonna make an assumption that by us being more familiar with him and being attracted, I guess, towards him, is why you're seeing that number. Because I want to say, is he getting around 10%, 15% support for black men? I gotta look it up.
I think in some numbers it's like close to like 20%. Close to it. Yeah.
Is it 20%? I didn't know it was that high. I thought it was around 10 to 15.
Yeah, in some instances it's like up to like 20 now. Like, there's a possibility of voting for him.
I think
not necessarily voting for him, but a possibility.
In the black community, because of left-wing politics, more women's rights, more gay rights, more a bunch of other stuff. I think a certain type of man don't like this liberal stuff. It doesn't matter your race. You're just not built like that. And I think that he attracts, for whatever reason, some of those people. I think. Because you can't deny these liberals, the stuff they doing, man, it is to me kind of morbid. It's just I mean, Dad didn't raise no liberal, so
Right. Right.
but they
Right.
somehow
Right.
caught us. I still don't know how.
Oh man.
I
No,
was trying to find.
that makes
Did you
sense. I
find?
can't
Did
I
you
can't
find the
knock
number?
that. I can't knock that at all. That makes so. I mean, that's what I was asking. I was asking to try to see because like I wouldn't have voted if Bernie ran. I just couldn't find myself just voting for Donald Trump off principle. I mean, I would have thought that he probably would have got it anyway, but you know, now that Biden's in the race, I don't know. It's like kind of like I look at him and Donald Trump very similarly. Very
Oh,
much
and I
so.
think it's an Obama backlash as well. Because
Okay. Okay.
if you're a black person and you start to ask yourself from a race perspective, what did this black man do for me, or this half black man do for me, or this
Right.
African man do for me? You have to ask yourself that question. And I don't know. You know, I really don't know. Because I think something as a common person, you need to be able to see some things. I don't want numbers and data and all that type of stuff. What did you do? What have you done? Did you really put yourself out there for us? And
Well,
when
it's
you
the
look back
same.
on it, I'm not totally sure if you can see. So I don't know how much of it is as an impact
Well,
to
he has
support Trump. But I'm
a
sure it's probably at least a percent in there somewhere.
track. I mean, there is a track that he does hold. I don't know how much your conservative black man will be swayed by what he did, like sort of like the um yeah, I think some of his sentencing, he kind of reduced that,
Yeah.
which had a direct effect on black men.
Mm.
Also made it a lot easier for the loans to college. I know that he opened the gateway for that. There's been more black men in college when he was in office specifically than when he wasn't in office. That was a situation where it really shot up when he first went in. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, it was about 2010 that number changed significantly. Like when they used to try to say that more black men were, it never really was true, but even the dynamic that they was actually doing a study in, which was the 18 to 35 dynamic, most of them were in college now instead of not in college. So he kind of ushered
Mm-hmm.
that in, you know, more of an entrepreneurial spirit. So there were some positives to President Obama that people don't really attribute to. A lot of positives, really. But then, a
Well,
lot of
it's
it, a
not
lot
about
of it kind of falls
how.
into the LGBT community. Like he did a lot for them too, and he did a lot more, I guess, policy driving changes for those groups than he did for us, immigrants included. I think that's a big one too. The immigrant
Mm-hmm.
issue and the LGBT community, where he pushed for certain policy changes, for
Mm-hmm.
them directly. But I think what's the crack cocaine sentencing, which I mean, crack cocaine was no longer a big deal anyway in most communities. But he did reduce that law. Got
Yeah.
got a lot of people released too that needed to be released due to some of that sentencing.
So there was
For
there
the
was
three
there was
strikes
a
rule.
poll. There was the rap Musin. If I'm saying that right.
Hmm.
They had a poll out, right? So August 16th, 2018, Trump at 36% approval rating among African Americans. New poll finds.
Wow.
Right. A year prior to that, it was 19%,
Yep.
and that's when he got elected. So 1 year from that, basically, roughly.
Hmm.
And they didn't say men; it just said blacks. I mean, African Americans as a whole. So I don't know. I know that's going to be way more men than women, of course, but
Right.
you don't expect it. Because one thing he's doing, I think Obama that I can't remember Obama doing that doesn't stand out is that this is on recording too, right? I just don't know if Obama respects black men. To be honest with you, I
No,
just never,
he
I
probably
just never
feels the
I feel like
same
he had
way
maybe
about.
a disdain for us, or like it just never felt, it felt condescending to me for some reason. I can't.
Mhm.
I don't have an issue with him. Obviously, I don't have an issue with him. I'm just saying, like, I just when I it's just funny when I see them talking to Trump. He is a white man, of course, but when I see them talking to Trump, or him talking to them, and his little setups that he does with pastors and other people,
Right.
and I look at how Obama behaves, it's just that it doesn't seem like, I just can't, I don't have the words for it. It just doesn't, something's not right when he was in office and when he had to deal with us. I just doesn't seem in a certain way. When I see Trump, how he deals with black men, even when he let Kanye go on that rant in his,
Mhm.
like, I'll give you an example. Saying we'd take Trump and Obama, right? If Obama was sitting in that chair and Kanye started talking that way, how would he have behaved? See what I'm saying?
I think he would have smiled and tried to interrupt him. He wouldn't have let him talk. I mean, he would have stopped him. Obviously, I mean, he would have did the
That's
same
all.
thing that he done. A lot of
It's
times
little things.
he
Little
speaks
things.
for you. Yeah,
It's little.
yeah. He would have
That's
been
why.
like,
That's why I have a huge issue with the left.
he would have cracked a joke and spoke for him. I think it's a particular black man that he's. I mean, you got to remember his mentors are like Henry Louis Gates and all of them, like black Harvard professors. Because he wasn't raised around black people, black men in particular. So a lot of the
Well,
ones that he looked up to were part of the educated class. So he doesn't have that kind of blue collar. He's not going to kind of maybe have an understanding of what that is, so to speak. He doesn't know it. Yeah, he's not gonna have an understanding of that. All the black men that he was around were educated, college professor type of black men.
and liberals.
Yeah, liberals. Yeah. Well, no,
And they
no. Hold on. I can't say that because like a lot
can't
of
say.
them, when he was in Illinois, Alan Keyes was his opponent. He was right
Okay.
around that time. Yeah, so he wasn't. It wasn't all like liberals that he was around for sure. I don't even think his grandparents were liberals. His grandparents are not even Democrats at all. He was raised in a Republican household. If you want to look at it from that standpoint, yeah, they're conservative.
It's just little things I didn't like. Just how he would. I felt like he was like, how he would behave, like he's acting black, was disturbing to me as well. So it's a few things I just didn't, that don't sit right with his behavior. That's all. So anyway, I don't want to stay on that, but
No,
I don't want to be.
that's all legitimate because it's all in the like I said, it's all in the baked in the cake when you talk about blackness for sure. It's
Well,
always that.
who am I thinking about? I just have expectations depending on how you was raised and where you was raised, and if you're
Mhm.
acting different from that expectation, I do have a question mark. That's all. I feel like you're playing with me a little bit. You know, I need you to be serious. Put it that way.
Mhm.
And I felt like him and his administration wasn't serious when it came to us. When I look back on it and just the movements, and I'm just talking about political expression. I'm not talking about the details. Just the visuals. Just didn't feel, just didn't sit right because I know where you're from. So it's like, what are you doing? Just it was. And again, I know your campaign people tell you to do things, and your handlers tell you to do stuff, but
Right.
you
I
know,
think I think if he could look back on it, he will be a lot more himself.
real.
I would say, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, real. Yeah, he would be a lot more himself instead of just acting
You
like
know,
the only black guy in the room because he was surrounded by a lot of more black people when he got into the so-called open political market. Especially in Chicago. I mean, like
his
you are in the throes of black America, so to speak, and they know that you're not familiar. So this is not like going to Harvard or being in Hawaii and you're the only black kid around. So whatever you act like is whatever you act like. So yeah,
Right.
so that's what I'm saying. So that happens to a lot of black people, to be honest with you, man.
No, just be you. It's okay. We don't mind you being corny. It's not. It's
No,
not
we don't. Because you are anyway. Yeah, that's it. That's true.
Just don't,
Yeah,
don't
that's
play with
true.
at your
Yeah,
age.
that's true.
Well, so it's
No,
like,
but what I'm saying is like the reason why I remember it very succinctly that people had an issue with him was because of what was that? Damn. What was I thinking about? Either it was some kind of what did somebody do? Anyway, it was something that happened where people was like questioning him, or it was like some kind of deal. He was acting a certain way, and oh yeah, that's right. South Carolina funeral, when he was like kind of like trying to, do the whole Negro spirituals and all that. I know that rubbed a lot of black people the wrong way, especially that it came up in the church. And
well, you know what? If he presented that way through his policies, then I'm all good with it. If you ingratiate yourself within different black communities, then and your policies reflect those, then that means that you're serious, that you want to be a part of this, and you're gonna back that up. So.
We didn't. But at the end of the day, we did not actually come down on him as hard as we probably should have. Like with a lot of we didn't talk to him directly in a lot of cases. We gave him a pass with a lot of things.
We did. It's all good. We did.
Yeah.
I don't want to be on him like that. It is what it is. But
right. And he didn't have enough of a track record in the Senate to even get on his record long enough
that's why he had
to describe something.
Suppress the flesh.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So that to me.
Junior senator only had control of the House and Senate for 2 years.
Yeah, two years, man. It was it that he actually got in.
I get it. I mean, that's
president.
the reality. That's the reality. And a ton of districts flipped Republican all through the states.
Yeah, that's pretty fast.
A lot of power got lost across the board. A lot of Republican governors took over.
Right.
Democratic, purple states, I guess you want to call it.
So he still had a black reaction, or there was still a black fallout from him being in office, so to speak.
Yeah, for sure.
So
it didn't go the other way, where you would get more cooperation, you get more Democrats in office, you get more liberal talk. It went totally the opposite way.
He's a lot of the reason why Trump is in office, or could actually run a successful campaign. Like anything outside it. That's what I'm saying. So the backlash that he created kind of left the avenue open to kind of swing the pendulum all the way across the board again. So,
well, I heard different people say in the media that they expected him to be more radical for whatever reason, and that he would disrupt like what Trump's doing now, because they say many voters who supported Obama supported Trump. They could have voted for Obama for various reasons. I don't know. But I did hear that some expectations was that he would, even though he showed no signs of this, maybe just because of his skin color, I don't know, but he would have been more of a disruptor. And he wasn't. He was more of a moderate. And so I think that surprised people. So it's like, well, why would we vote for another Republican or a Democrat at this point? Let's go with someone to try it again. And of course, we got him. So got 45.
Yeah, he's definitely the reason, the reaction to what Obama was, even as a president. People didn't like that he played politics. He played politics a lot too. Gave that kind of political speak. You didn't really know what he meant. You didn't know whether he was just basically, doing a fugazi on you, or whether he was being sincere. So a lot of people deemed him to be phony. Just like how you said he came off as. I mean, I understand politics, so I understood what his whole part of his whole politics was, what he was trying to do. Because it's pretty much what people have told me all my life, like, hey, you need to taper it down, you need to do this, you need to do that. So I understood what he was. He's that guy. You remember one guy that we worked with that was just like, he looked like Obama damn near. Like, he had the Obama effect. Literally. He did. He was just like him, basically. Yeah, so I understood what he was.
But even reading Joe Biden's policies, he's indicting America You have people who are not white telling me that things don't exist, but I read this white 70-year-old man's campaign,
Right.
and he's acknowledging race, he's
Yeah.
acknowledging qualities.
As policies. Yeah, absolutely.
So that's a little confusing, I guess, because a constant drumbeat that none of this stuff exists, but people who are going to be in charge of things, that's
Yeah.
what they talk about. So I don't know
He's
about
he's placating. That's what he's doing. He's placating to the left. That's what he does. Yeah. He's placating, basically, is what people are going to say. He's just trying
So
to
how
get the
honest
black
do you think he's
vote.
going to be with realities when things, if he makes it in, when people say, "So what? Let's get it. Let's move. Let's rock and roll. Let's get something done." And then you realize that, oh right, Supreme Court justices, you don't have the Senate, or you don't have the House, or you barely have the House, barely have the Senate. Oh right, the states. What about them? What about the IMF and the WHO? So, and the World Banks. What about all that stuff?
That's what I'm saying. Because guess what? If you don't have people there, guess what you're gonna see? Here's what we ended up finding. This is what black people ended up finding out, because we thought that we can become mayors and that was some kind of power. But see, what ends up happening is your mayor got to ask the Senate and the congressmen and also the governor, even before you even get into the governor's office, to can I get an audience with the governor? Can I speak to the governor? Because we need to get some things done. And then that's just in case they want to do something for you. So then that means that we're not only are we just working at a deficit as far as like political power is concerned, we don't really know what a power is. And it's just not, I mean, like I said, none of this stuff to me, I'm not gonna say that it's all like fault based, because a lot of people say, well, the president's not important, but that's not true either. I mean, of course the president's important. That's not true. Is the president more important than your local representative? At the end of the day, I would say yes overall, but still, if you're going to go local, you got to go stateside first if you want any kind of changes, because your governor is basically who runs your state. that's just facts, and whatever their politics is, that's generally what the city is going to be, because that puts demands on what kind of money you get, what kind of provisions you get for certain, how the zoning is in your particular area, all that stuff comes down to the
all of
governor.
it.
Yeah.
Who gets the bill, where they're
The
building,
health
and
care, your
who
school
contract.
systems. Yeah, you got state testing, right? Most states got like for schools. I mean, let's stop it.
And this thing is already baked. It's done. You just explain what's already happened.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. People are like, it's all local. Like, nah, it's not all local. No, that's not true.
It will get you elected as president, though, if you're good at your local games in different states. That's a fact.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, when the last time not a governor, but a mayor been elected president? I mean,
yeah, it hasn't happened, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, it's very. I mean, what's the name? Tried. What was Mayor O'Malley? O'Malley was one of the closest that we know of course. But
no, O'Malley was governor. Oh, he was the mayor of Baltimore,
yeah,
right?
he was the mayor of Baltimore. Remember, that's what the whole people forget. That's the white dude in the Wire. That is Mayor O'Malley. That's him.
Yeah.
They didn't have a white mayor for like 20 years until he got into office. That's how he won. But it has to be something that has to stand out to a degree, And then he gave it back to the black people. But look how it's still being ran. It's still being basically controlled by white money, man. That's how it always been. Baltimore is not, the money in Baltimore is not black. Like, I don't understand. Like, that's not a lie. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the money in PG County is blacker than the money in Baltimore. That's facts. Those are facts. And that's still subservient to government, Governor Hogan, if we come through and say what's up. Still.
Yeah, budgets and funding mean something. So yeah. And it comes down, not up.
Right. Throw those in the trash, okay? Go ahead. Yeah, throw in the trash. Yeah, man. So I mean, it's interesting, man. I think as we go through and we see how the new political climate is going to turn out and how it's going to be, we just need to just, I guess, keep informing ourselves about what's going on and just kind of see exactly how the tea leaves going to turn out. Basically, just keep it there, man. That's how I look at it. Like I don't. At this point, I'm not trying to sit up here and tell, like you said, like the telling people what to do and all that stuff, man. That doesn't really work for Black people, obviously. So people are going to do what they want to do, depending on what their understanding is and what their social standing is. So that's how I look at it. Just make sure that you can make the most informed decision, at least that you can make. I mean, if that's what you want to do.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I was thinking about trying to open it up, man, but you think we went too long? You want to try to save it for next time or what?
I mean, it's up to you. We had 3.5, So if you want to do it for maybe another half, make it a clean 4 hours. That's up to you. If not, we can shut it down.
No, you can. If anybody wants to come up, man, you can drop the link and see if we have anybody that wants to come up and kind of like ask us some questions or share their views about what they have seen. If they
I don't have no answers. It's not my job.
I mean, I'm looking at the chat and I'm seeing some very interesting conversations. So definitely, man, if you guys want to come up and share some of your views, man, we definitely down to hear some feedback. See what you guys
Definitely
at.
take some views, but if you got questions, go talk to Dr. Phil or Dr. Oz or Oprah or somebody.
Said Dr.
Or whoever else on the internet likes to answer questions.
That's
There's
hilarious.
plenty of those internet people that like to do that too. So I think they got the answers.
You don't have the answer, Sway.
Just a fact. That needs to be the intro. Actually, that needs to be the intro.
I can cue that up. Sway was trying to give him the jibber jabber, man. He was like, Kanye wasn't having it, bruh. Kanye,
because he knows it's nonsense.
Nah, man. Can't keep telling me all this. Keep doing this or keep doing that. Nah, Sway.
Sway was like, oh man, I got my own clothing line. He was like, yeah. You know that white ice is cold. Stop playing.
Right. You trying to blame me for doing what I gotta do to try to make it out here in these streets?
Right.
Come on, man.
Right.
That was funny.
The crossover is real. Unfortunately. If anybody want to get on, the link is in the comment section. Let me give that a few minutes before we close out. If anybody has questions or comments, we are on Twitter at Codebreakers191. You can definitely like this video, subscribe. You can also email us at codebreakers1999@gmail.com. You can hit up DC. He will respond to all your comments. He must have got a phone call or something. Or maybe I will drop a video while we wait. me see. Let me play this. Let's see. The controls. All right, about to pull this up in a minute and play this video talking about COVID and Africa and the Caribbean islands. If it plays. Don't know if it want to play.
Leaders out here, give us a sense of what's happening in these Caribbean countries, these African nations, especially in the Caribbean, where the United States playing, God, playing, hey, snatching equipment. I mean, that was a text message I got from a high-ranking official in the Bahamian government.
Roland Martin, thank you so much for having me on air this evening. I've been on television throughout the continent of Africa discussing the impact of COVID-19 as it pertains to the continent. And besides what you just said about the seizing of personal equipment to protect professionals during this crisis, there's another issue that needs to be discussed, and that is the repatriation of foreign nationals in the midst of this crisis. The unfortunate reality is that the administration is sending folks back to their home country during this crisis. And we're talking about not individuals who have necessarily criminal records, but
Yo, what happened? Is it good? Hello? You saw it?
Yeah, I'm here.
Video? The video kind of did it. Did you cut it off or?
Yeah, it jammed up on me.
Oh, okay.
It's that last link that I sent you.
Oh, so it's the last link you sent me? All right, let me I can pull it. Let me pull it real quick. I can do it that way. Hold on for just a second. I'll put it in the background. Get that thing queued up.
Is it the last link? It may not be.
Let's see. Oh, so the last one is the Spanish flu joint, not the.
Oh, okay.
So let me see if it's the third one. Let me see. Let's see. Let's see.
We'll see. It's the second one. Actually.
I have it up. Just give me a second to cue it up real quick for you. Yeah, she's a cutie too. Cutie African, bro. You ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Is sending folks back to their home country during this crisis. And we're talking about not individuals who have necessarily criminal records, but individuals who may have entered into the country illegally or who may have overstayed their visas or whatnot. So what I've been calling for is the complete suspension of the repatriation of all foreign nationals during this crisis. And here is why. One, we know in particular the continent of Africa, it is comprised of roughly 1.3 billion people, right? So sending someone back, let's say, for example, to Senegal, South Africa, or Nigeria could further, sending a group of individuals rather to those countries could further exacerbate the existing issues in the country. In particular, the administration says that folks are being tested prior to the departure to their respective countries. And even if that were true, we know that the incubation period is 14 days. So by sending those folks back to their countries in a time like this, it certainly undermines the national security and the safety and health of all citizens. And also, it could have serious economic implications. We understand that those countries already have fragile economies. In some of these countries, the population, because of lack of health care, because of systemic racism, as we say right here in the United States, people have not always been able to receive the help that they need in healthcare wise. But unfortunately, a lot of these governments are just not in the position to negotiate with a superpower like the United States. So they are left with no options but to accept these foreign nationals. But the reality is that by law, there is actually no law that requires those countries to accept their citizens, other than usually what's done through an agreement under the Vienna Convention Consular Act of 1963. It is essentially an agreement between those foreign states with the State Department saying that when it comes time to repatriate your citizens, this is what we will do as the United States government, and this is what you're going to do. So oftentimes those countries, especially the United States, has to rely on diplomatic avenues in order to make that happen. Again, there is no actual obligation, but however, what people need to be aware of is the reality that sometimes countries are slack with a sanction for not repatriating their citizens, right? And a lot of these small countries with already fragile economies are just not in a position economically to be slack with an international sanction from the richest country in the world, the United States of America. So they are left with no resort but to accept their nationals. So I think that is something that needs to be brought to the forefront and needs to be discussed. I know that Senegal received a number of its nationals earlier in March, but I'm not sure if they've continued to maintain that process. And then there are so many other countries, and we need to shed light on this matter And I think now is just not the time to repatriate citizens because we don't know whether or not these folks are infected, because there have been a number of articles out there showing that a lot of these detention facilities where you keep immigrants those people are exposed to the virus, and even our prisons here in the United States as well. So we don't want to further put those foreign countries at risk by repatriating their citizens back to their country. So it needs to be discussed. Advocates needs to continue to raise alarm, to ask Congress to perhaps, through the next stimulus legislation, perhaps restrict the use of funding for the purpose of deportation at this time until further notice, right? Because I think it is the humane thing to do to hold off on deportation in the midst of a global health crisis. For goodness sakes, those countries are already dealing with how to properly respond to this disaster, and now they have to worry about accepting folks who could potentially be infected by the virus.
Hold tight 1 second. This was the question that took place at today's news conference. I'm going to bring my panel in as well. And so here we go to my iPad.
Views on what they think. Also, very important, different parts of the country. Because you go to the Midwest, it's different than perhaps the East Coast or the West Coast. Now, the West Coast, those numbers are really pretty amazing on the West Coast. Very interesting. So we're going to be announcing that in a very short while, probably Tuesday. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Government officials in Latin American and Caribbean nations, Bahamas, Cayman Islands, have been saying that U.S. authorities are blocking the shipment of PPE in certain cases, and I'm wondering if you could speak to that.
Well, what we're doing, we have a tremendous force out there, naval force, and we're blocking the shipment of drugs. So maybe what they're doing is stopping ships that they want to look. We're not blocking. What we're doing is we're making sure we don't want drugs in our country. And especially with the over 160 miles of wall, it's getting very hard to get through the border. They used to drive right through the border like they owned it. And in a certain way, they did. They could drive right. They had human trafficking. They had, all of a sudden, they have a powerful wall up. And they're not driving through that wall. That wall is tough. And it's also loaded up with equipment, cameras and sensors and everything you can think of. On top of that, we have drones flying back and forth over it. So it's a very powerful barrier between Mexico and the United States. A lot of people, though, what they're doing now is they're trying to come in through the waterways, whether it's the Gulf or the ocean itself. And what we're doing is we're being very tough, and we're being tough because of drugs and also human trafficking. And remember, the human trafficking is mostly females. It's mostly females. It's horrible. And what we're seeing is horrible. But you have we have a human trafficking problem worldwide, the likes of which, you think of it as an ancient thing. It's not ancient. It's bigger now than it's ever been before over the last 10 years because of the internet. The internet made human trafficking to the extent that it is now, which is massive. The internet made it so big. So we have a big naval force that's stopping. So maybe when you mention that, maybe their ships are getting caught, but we are stopping a lot of ships, and we're finding a lot of drugs. Yeah, please.
Okay. Mustafa, did you hear that? Again, and all these media people did pick up on that. So here you have leaders in Latin America and the Caribbean talking about ships being stopped and masks and other things being stolen, being basically seized. He gets asked about it. He goes right to drugs. I mean, literally, I'm reading this story here here's a story here. Representative of a local shipping company is dismayed after being told by U.S. officials that they will not be allowed to access imported medical supplies to help in the fight against the deadly COVID-19 virus. Manager of Betty K. Nancy Cartwright told the Tribune early on Wednesday that the company was hired to bring in 3 containers of medical supplies, including personal protective equipment kits for local healthcare workers. After the shipment left the U.S. on Tuesday, Mrs. Cartwright said representatives received a notice from U.S. Coast Guard officials saying they would not be able to access the medical supplies due to a recent order implemented by U.S. President Donald Trump. She said, quote, once the vessel left the port of Miami yesterday, we got instruction from the U.S. Coast Guard and Border Protection that the president put an order in for April 3rd that medical supplies, mainly PPE, are not allowed to leave the United States of America for export. So we are not allowed to manifest those 3 containers, nor can we offload them. We have to send them straight back to Miami for offloading. The ship is coming in today. It's already in today, but we are not allowed to offload those containers. They are to stay on the vessel and go back to the United States. This is impacting Black people in the Bahamas, in Jamaica, in Haiti. That's what's happening with this order. Now, what's crazy, Mustafa, is that they're doing this, but am I the only one who remembers a news conference of them talking about shipping the United States? Pompeo said we shipped 19 tons of medical equipment to China.
Well, you know, the amazing thing is that people have such short memories. The president has shared with the country exactly what he thinks about Black and brown countries. We know what he said about Africa, and I won't repeat the word that he used.
Shithole countries.
Exactly. We know how he feels about the folks in Haiti. He's shared that many, many times. And, you know, when we had the hurricane that came through and was devastating parts of the Bahamas and people were trying to escape and come to our country, he blocked that for a little while. In, you know, in Puerto Rico, which is a part of the United States, they utilized a number of different acts to slow the resources that needed to get to Puerto Rico. And Puerto Rico is a part of the United States. The president has shown people who he is. I don't know why people think that the leopard, you know, his spots are going to change. He's shared exactly how he feels about Black and brown people and Black and brown countries. And he will utilize everything that he has to be able to maximize profits. So if they can move or hold on to product and they can get a higher price for it, then of course others might be able to pay. Then, you know, he is the ultimate when it comes to capitalism, even if it's disaster capitalism or epidemic capitalism.
Dr. Carter, Rob, and then back to Johanna. I'm reading here. If you can go to my phone here, I plugged it to my phone here. So I'm gonna read this story here. See if I can turn it. Will this be better? Okay. This is what it says. Jordan Stubblefield. First of all, the United States finally released the ship. Jordan Stubblefield, head of sales at Blue Water, which is one of the distributors for the Cayman Island Health Services Authority, medical supplies, said more than 100 people behind the scenes, ranging from government, the governor's office, and the HSA, were successful in getting the items returned. They explained that that on Friday, U.S. President Donald Trump invoked the Defense Production Act to ban the export of critical medical gear. But we sent 19 tons to China, Rob. This is the quote. We showed them that the items that were being shipped down, the invoices predated the executive mandate. However, they told us going forward, nothing related to COVID-19 that originates in the U.S. can leave, but items can transit through. Here's my problem, Rob. Okay. As Johanna said, you're trying to send people back so you can actually spread coronavirus potentially to other countries unnecessarily. And now you're preventing these countries from getting supplies from the United States, but Canada relies on the very same supplies from the United States.
Yeah, I mean, you can always tell what Trump is up to. This is pretty simple. He's doing this because of his incompetence and because of all the mistakes he made. He cost lives in the United States. He caused lives many other places too, but he definitely caused lives in the United States here. So whenever he's in trouble, he finds a way to blame it on Black and brown people. It's somebody else's fault. So he's talking about drugs, Black and brown people, to keep people distracted because it's worked for him. It's how he became president of the United States, and he's hoping that he can keep using this trick to stay elected, to keep people distracted from the fact that he messed this up. He called it a hoax, and it's the worst pandemic any of us have ever seen within any of our lifetimes. So he's just trying to distract and keep people motivated by race and hope that people's racism will be distracted by what's actually going on.
Dr. Carter, I just don't want us to ignore we're going to talk. We talk on this show about Black people in this country dying from coronavirus, but I don't want us to ignore that we're leaving Caribbean nations, African nations left to fend for themselves as well.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, I think all the points that folks hit on is exactly right. I mean, he wants to hoard these materials, but then he also says to the American people, I'm not a shipping clerk. So states have to figure it out how they're going to actually get these materials. I mean, we saw what the governor of Massachusetts had to do with Bob Kraft to get around this kind of stuff. So he's not above doing this to his own country. So what do you think he's going to do to these smaller nations that he knows that we're bigger than in terms of military, we're stronger than? He doesn't care about those places. And to a certain degree, I think he views this as sort of nature running its course. And if these people can't make it and they can't figure it out, then oh well, the world is better for it. So I don't have any doubt that a man that would treat his own citizens this way would have any compunction about treating these Caribbean nations this way. And like you said, he isn't here to stem the spread. He's here to make money. This is the same reason he is trying to test this malaria drug on prisoners, right? Because this is a company that he has investments or at least some entanglements with. It's the same reason that now he's trying to keep 3M from shipping N95 masks around the world, because he wants to make a buck. And that's what he cares about. He doesn't care about health and safety and flattening the curve. He cares about trying to make as much money as possible.
And Johanna, when we talk about again what is happening with those supplies, and now when you talk about trying to send people back, it is mind-boggling. But look, even what's happening with ICE, I mean, I remember in early March, I mean, ICE was targeting people in the midst of this, not even thinking about this pandemic, and executing all sorts of crazy. And they finally were, the dogs were called off. But this is just the nonsense that you're seeing in this country.
Yeah, outside of the issues around immigration as it relates to COVID-19, as we see the United States and Italy and other and other nations that are considered to be superpower nations are struggling in order to properly respond to this global health crisis. So can you imagine countries that are in Africa, how difficult it is for governments to properly respond, especially when it comes to the notion of social distancing. Social distancing is a privilege. For even in the United States, for some of us, it's a privilege, but you can only imagine how much more difficult it is in developing countries, especially in urban settings. So in Africa, many of the countries, for some of the citizens, it's either I leave my house and I go find food, or I stay home and die of starvation, or I die of coronavirus, right? Because they just don't have. Some people just don't have the resources to actually stay home, right? So those equipments, they are needed for those African nations. And the research has shown that in order to properly fight this infection, social distancing is critical, as well as testing. I think a lot of the countries throughout the continent are not doing enough testing. Right now, the country that is leading in infections is South Africa. The numbers are relatively low for the continent, which is good, but it's still too early to tell. And another thing that works, that some could say that worked to the favor of the continent, is that the research tells us that folks who are really impacted by this virus are, one, individuals with compromised immune system,
right,
and two, those who are 65 years of age or older. The continent of Africa, the average age is 19 years old. So that could work to the continent's advantage. But again, it's still too early to make a call.
Got it.
But one last point I would like to make is that,
real quick, I got 30 seconds. I got 30 seconds. I got 30 seconds. Go.
Just like we have bailout private companies and private institutions, I think that the government should bail out countries in Africa as well as in the Caribbean by providing some kind of relief when it comes to their debt through the IMF and other institutions, so that they will be able to use those funds to rebuild their countries and strengthen their institutions, in particular the healthcare system. Because it's not a matter of if we're going to have a global health crisis like this, it's when, and we need to be ready and prepared.
Jahan LeBlanc, Michelle, appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Fam, I want you to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Roland S. Martin. And don't forget to turn on your notifications. You want to support Roland Martin Unfiltered? Be sure to.
That was pretty good.
Wasn't bad at all.
Yeah, black people talking about issues. That's your president, though. The sister there was mad. She was like, "Look, you giving all these other people that financial break. Why don't you give us a financial break?" She didn't
Them
want to say
checks.
that. But yeah, clear some of that debt that we owe so we can kind of reallocate our funds and stuff like that to this global pandemic. But my question would be, yeah, that would be something that people would do if white supremacy didn't exist. But we don't live in that world currently at this particular moment. So
she was matter of factly. She was matter of factly about who had the power, right?
Right. Why would they do that for you? I mean, if you guys are already saying how racist he is, I mean, why just logically? Sometimes I just think that we like to just, I don't know, because it's to me, when we focus like that and we don't really just kind of know what the lay of the land is, like the reality, so to speak, we'll get to blaming ourselves. So like it's the same thing. Like that's what I think about Obama. Like I think the Obama situation to me is very similar to that. He's the president, so of course he can kind of correct everything that has happened with black people. And you know, there's no such thing as that. But he did not do everything that he could do. But I think in a lot of ways, President Obama is suffering from what I call the Rodney King gene. Can we all just
get along?
Get along. He thought that if he just does the right thing, I guess, in his eyes, that more politics again, that he could sway some of those hard leaning Republicans. And the thing is, didn't matter what he did. I mean, he literally, they don't care what the man did. You don't understand. This is not, it got nothing to do with, I don't care who you are, where you from. I mean, look, man, this
healthcare bill proved that because they was like, nah, we good. We want to die. We don't want it. Thank you. But no thanks.
Yeah, death is okay. Death is fine.
Yeah. I don't want no Negro saving my life.
I think you forgot what this system is all about.
Cold, boy.
This is a system baked in the cake system at that.
A global system.
Global system. What make you think we don't like saving ourselves? What make you think we're gonna save you? Shit. We already showed a white man talking about let them all fail. Fuck it. If they have bad policies, then so be it, Jedi. You will die, like the Emperor said on Return of the Jedi. If you don't want to join, shit, I mean, so be it. You know, that's it. And it goes back to what Mr. Fuller says at the end of the day. I mean, you know, because I said so, and if you big and bad enough, then come make me do it. That's it. I mean, even as peaceful and non-violent as Obi-Wan Kenobi was in the Jedi series, Star Wars, he still had to do what? Shit, he still had to pick up that lightsaber and do what he must.
Yeah, go to work.
It is what it is. That's it. It is what it is, man. Yeah, negotiation can only go so far, man. But I liked it, man, because I like to see like, you know, our reactions to, and black people got to get used to it. Those are the people. Roland is one of those where he speaks for a large percentage of us. He may not get the views. I don't know how you feel about that. I think that he speaks for a very solid middle portion of Black Americans that are still Democrat leaning, conservative, but they're conservative.
Yeah, I got you.
They're not Bernie type of liberal at all.
No, not at all. We are different
At
people
all.
for sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like,
we are not in the same circles.
Yeah, you got like these type of people that are like, you know, totally for abortion and all that type of rights, and you alienated the black church. Like, the black church is not going to vote for Bernie Sanders. Not in mass.
Like you said, we watched the young. I know you watch a little bit. I watch a little bit of the Young Turks because they are progressive.
That's their audience.
I wouldn't be around none of them.
Right.
I don't like anything they say. I don't like nothing. I watch it too.
And they don't want to be around you. Same shit.
Oh, for sure.
You might as well be at a Republican rally. I mean, literally, that's what it is. You might as well be at a Republican rally in somewhere, Omaha, Nebraska, some shit. They're gonna look at you upside your head like, what the hell are you doing here? All the Negroes here, we know. So where you come from? And there's only such a number, you know Nina or something, you know, Killer Mike.
Lord have mercy. Anyway.
It's crazy, man. Yeah, so it's interesting, man, to say the least, man. But I guess we can close up, man. I don't really have anything else. We done kind of gave a little bit of news, so I guess we got it in today. Hopefully we can come back and hope people found it constructive, not causing any more confusion that's already out there.
I hope not. So reach us at codebreakers191. Like, subscribe, hit us an email at codebreakers1999@gmail.com if you have any questions. This is the Codebreaker. This is Paradox.
This is D. Until next time, peace.